Chapter 1433. Shangguan opened the restriction, and Enlin eagerly pushed open the heavy door. A burst of dazzling light appeared, and Enlin's heart swayed slightly. Enlin was instantly astonished by the sight of the treasures behind the door. Did I open the door the wrong way? Should I close the door first before opening it again? Enlin muttered to himself. The wealth of the Snow Maidens had left him in awe and awe. It wasn't that there was too much, it was that there was too King little. There were only over 100 spirit pills and spirit plants scattered around, as well as a few dozen spirit tools. There were only 3 immortal rank pills and 2 immortal tools, and the rest were all miscellaneous items. Even spirit stones were only around 20 million, which wasn't even a fraction of the spirit stones in Enlin's storage ring. Enlin did a rough calculation of the value of the treasures in the treasure vault to find that it was roughly equivalent to the combined wealth of a few returned to Void Stage mighty figures, or 1 or 2 Dragon Tribe mighty figures at the return to Void Pinnacle Stage. One had to realize that this was the combined wealth of the entire Snow Maiden race. How could this be possible? Enlin stared at Shangguan with incredulity on his face. An awkward expression appeared on Shangguan Yi's face. Do you think it's too little? What do you think? Enlin's expression darkened. You're a first-rate power with a Dao integration stage super mighty figure among your ranks. So how could your treasure vault be so shabby? A wry smile appeared on Shangguan Yi's face. The place where we Snow Maidens live is quite barren in terms of cultivation resources, so there's naturally nothing good here. Furthermore, the climate in the holy glacial lands has been drastically changing recently, and we have no home to return to, so we've been forced to venture toward the opposite shore realm, only to be evicted by the ghost tribe of the opposite shore realm. Whenever war breaks out between tribes, resources such as pills and weapons will be expended at a rapid rate. So these are the only things we have left. Shangguan pointed at the treasures before her with a smile. There aren't many treasures here, but we can give them all to you. If you take all of these, they should still be worth some money, right? Just take them as a token of our appreciation. Before Enlin even had a chance to say anything, Shangguan offered to give all of these treasures to him. She was like a homeless and destitute girl who handed him the only piece of bread she had with a smile. To be honest, Tycoon didn't care about the bread, so he rejected it. I already said that I'm here to visit. What kind of person do you think I am? Enlin snorted coldly. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would be tempted by money? Shangguan faltered slightly upon hearing this. Was the scammer who had sold the frying pan to her for 1,000 spirit stones per piece of meat really not that kind of person? Let's go. Enlin took the initiative to leave the treasure house. He really had no interest in plundering such a poor and shabby treasure house again. Shangguan followed along behind Enlin with a smile on her face as she looked at him. The two of them walked around the Snow Maiden's temporary residence, and all of the Snow Maidens were extremely respectful toward Enlin and Shangguan. This was the first time that Enlin had been treated so passionately by a Snow Maiden. In his mind, all of the Snow Maidens were icy beauties who were extremely disgusted by men and would freeze them into ice sculptures at the drop of a hat. However, as a grown man, he felt as if he were strolling through a brothel as he strolled through the core area of the Snow Maidens. All of the Snow Maidens were extremely enthusiastic, singing, dancing, and even serving him tea and fruits, as if they were afraid that they would upset Enlin if they didn't do a good job. If all of you were this adorable in the past, then the people of the Kingdom of the 9 States wouldn't despise you so much. Enlin couldn't help but sigh. That's because you were able to save them. That's why they're so adorable. Shangguan immediately shattered Enlin's fantasies. The two of them arrived at the weapon forging bench, where a man was chatting happily with Mengji. This was the first time that Enlin had seen a man among the Snow Maidens, and it was an extremely handsome man at that. Enlin recognized this man. Back at the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Sect, Meng Ji had personally led a large group of people to rescue this man. At the time, he was still a newbie and was completely unable to influence the outcome of that battle. Apparently, this man was a cross-dresser who had disguised himself as a female in the Snow Tribe for many years without being discovered. Now, he could finally appear here as a man. And Lin sighed with emotion in his heart. The man immediately bowed, respectfully at the sight of Lin. Chen Qinghang pays his respects to sect leader Lin. That's right, this man was once an exceptional prodigy of the 10,000 Spirits Immortal Sect, Chen Qinghang. And Lin listened to Chen Qinghang's introduction, and his other name surfaced in his mind, Bing Fu. How could a cross-dresser not have a beautiful female name? Mr. Chen Qinghang, are you used to living here? A concerned smile appeared on Lin's face, as if he were a senior. Chen Qinghang nodded with a serious expression. It's a blessing to be able to be with someone I like, so of course I'm used to it. Meng Ji blushed involuntarily upon hearing this. Chen Qinghang continued, I've been promoting the kingdom of the 9 states to the Snow Maidens for the past few years, so that they won't be so hostile toward the kingdom of the 9 states, and I've already achieved some results. It's all right now. They've all vowed not to harm any humans in the kingdom of the 9 states, so the Snow Maidens are no longer a threat to the kingdom of the 9 states. And Lin smiled. Chen Qinghang, isn't it a little hurtful to deny the results of my ideological work with just one sentence? And Lin was a little dazed. In the past, he had to look up to Chen Qinghang, and he felt that Chen Qinghang and Meng Ji were a legendary couple. But now he could earn Chen Qinghang's negative emotions without any scruples after that. And Lin offered some words of consolation to Chen Qinghang before departing to continue his tour. Time slowly passed by, and Lin was a little tired, so he and Shangguan went to a secluded courtyard to drink some iced tea. The iced tea here was not iced red tea. Instead, it was a type of tea unique to the Snow Maidens. It was as pristine white as snow and resembled a willow leaf. Wisps of blue tea mist would rise up from the tea as soon as it was soaked in hot water, creating an extremely beautiful sight to behold. This was clearly a tea brewed with hot water, but it was so refreshing that one shuddered after taking a sip. It was as if one could expel all of the heat from one's body with just a single exhale. Shangguan was enjoying the tea with gusto, but Lin was trembling uncontrollably. The Snow Maidens liked the cold, but Lin didn't like it. However, drinking this kind of tea gave him a different kind of refreshing feeling, so he didn't mind it. 2 hours later, the Great Empress, the Celestial Darch, and High Priestess Meng Ji appeared before Lin again. The Celestial Darch spoke first. All of the Snow Maidens have sworn their vows through my omniscient eye. You can begin the next step of your plan. And Lin heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this before turning to Shangguan. Let me see your death timer. I'll see if I can undo it for you. Chapter 1434. Undoing the Death Timer? Both the Great Empress and the High Priestess were extremely excited to hear this. Shangguan Yi's expression became even more vibrant as hope reignited in her eyes. If Lin really did have the ability to undo the spell technique, then the Snow Maidens would be able to avoid extinction. At this moment, the Celestial Darch stepped forward. And Lin, there's something I want you to understand. Once you have the ability to dispel this death countdown, the enemy will be able to sense it, and there's a very good chance that it will be able to track you down. And Lin chuckled. That's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm just worried that it won't come. Otherwise, I'll have to dispel the death countdowns of over 100 million Snow Maidens one by one, and I'll definitely be unable to do so in 10 days. The Celestial Darch didn't say anything else. He knew that Lin was planning to kill that mysterious living being from the very beginning. If that living being really was a manifestation of a representative of the heavenly Tao, then this was actually the best choice for him. At the very least, all representatives of the heavenly Tao that had appeared were extremely hostile toward the human race. Seeing as that was the case, it was Enlin's job to kill them while they were still restricted by the great Tao of heaven and earth. This battle wasn't for the Snow Maidens. If it weren't for the fact that he had to protect his family and friends, as well as the human race, Enlin definitely wouldn't take this risk. The Celestial Arch stared at the white-robed young man with a slightly dazed expression. As the number one paramount power in the Kingdom of the Nine States, the Celestial Court enjoyed supreme prestige among the human race. If the human race was in trouble, the Celestial Court would be the first power to step forward. As the war god of the Celestial Court, Enlin was worthy of his title as the war god of the Celestial Court. Not only was the war god of the Celestial Court the most powerful warrior in the Celestial Court aside from the 5 emperors, but he also had to understand what responsibility was and why he was fighting. It was quite clear that Enlin had fulfilled both of these requirements. The humans of the Kingdom of the Nine States were either cultivating, pursuing fame and fortune, living in peace and contentment, or laughing about the 4-9 immortal sect's meteoric rise. However, no one knew that the person that everyone had been talking about recently was now silently shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting the human race. He stood at the forefront of the human race, facing battles that might very well cost him his life. With that in mind, the Celestial Arch relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. "Enlin, go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll stand guard for you." Enlin nodded with a solemn expression before standing in front of Shangguan Yi. "What do you need me to do?" Shangguan Yi was a little nervous. "My divine sense will enter your mind. Don't resist." Enlin pressed his hand against Shangguan Yi's forehead. Shangguan Yi closed her eyes, and her eyelashes trembled lightly. Enlin could feel a cool yet delicate sensation on his hand, and at the same time, his divine sense had already entered Shangguan Yi's mind. The death timer was extremely glaring in her mind, and it was ticking away 1 second at a time. There was a projection of a skeleton around the timer, and he could sense an extremely terrifying aura of death emanating from the skeleton. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that anyone who slept with this skull on their head would have nightmares at night. However, the Snow Maidens were still able to remain so calm even with such a thing in their minds. It had to be said that they were quite mentally stable. Perhaps it was because they had been through enough hardships in the past. Enlin set aside his distracting thoughts before extending his divine sense toward the death timer. However, just as his divine sense was about to make contact with the death timer, it was suddenly cut off by an invisible barrier. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to penetrate the barrier, as if it were the will of the heavens that could keep all powers in this world at bay. Interesting. No wonder you said that this is the same type of living being as the heavenly wind god. This isn't a power that should exist in this world. Enlin chuckled lightly. Suddenly, a divine halo of wind appeared above his head, and a divine aura that stood proudly above the 9 heavens spread out. It was supreme and supreme, looking down on all living things. Regardless of whether it was the Celestial Arch of the Celestial Court or the Great Empress and High Priestess of the Snow Maidens, all of their expressions shifted drastically. All of them could sense an irresistible power emanating from the death timer. This power, he's using the power of the heavenly wind god? The Celestial Arch murmured to himself. As expected, Enlin is the hope of our tribe. The beautiful eyes of the Empress stared at the man in front of her. Her pure and flawless face was flushed with excitement. Enlin finally used his heavenly wind power again. He imbued his heavenly wind power into his divine sense, and he used the power of wind as a saber to strike the death timer. Sweat began to appear on Shangguan Yi's forehead, and her features paled slightly. She was clearly struggling to handle the power of Enlin's wind power, even though it wasn't targeted at her. The saber of wind power fell upon the invisible barrier and slowly tore it apart. Enlin's expression stirred upon seeing this. It really did work. The representatives of the heavenly Tao could interfere with one another. He didn't hesitate any longer. After slicing open the barrier, his powerful divine sense instantly destroyed the death timer and the projection of the skeleton in Shangguan Yi's mind. Boom! Shangguan Yi let loose a pained moan, and a cloud of black mist erupted from her body before disappearing into thin air. Her intricate features were a little pale, but her golden eyes opened at this moment as a relaxed smile appeared on her face. I did it! The great empress and the high priestess were both ecstatic to hear this. The celestial Thearcha's expression also eased slightly. The fact that Enlin was able to break through his opponent's power meant that he had the power to battle that mysterious living being. Thank you, sect leader Enlin, for saving our snow maidens from extinction. The great empress extended another grateful salute. I haven't even defeated that mysterious living being yet, so why are you thanking me so soon? And Lin smiled. If you can save our ice matriarch, then even if everyone else dies, our snow maidens won't truly perish, the great empress replied with a serious expression. It looked like the snow maiden entourage had already reported Shangguan Yi's identity to the great empress. Otherwise, the great empress wouldn't have revealed Shangguan Yi's identity so easily. The great empress gripped the air with one hand, and a smooth barrier of ice enshrouded the entire sky. Her voice spread throughout the entire snow maiden territory at this moment. The enemy is upon us. Everyone, prepare for battle. The formation was activated. The snow maidens were led by the 13 returned to Void Stage Holy Palace leaders into the sky before forming a battle formation and keeping a close eye on their surroundings. Come on, let's continue to break the death timer. And Lin was afraid that his opponent wouldn't come, so he decided to continue to provoke her. Breaking through her spell technique was the best way to provoke her. The great empress and Meng Ji looked at each other before standing in front of Enlin. Enlin placed one hand on the great empress' forehead and the other on High Priestess Meng Ji's forehead. Chapter 1435. His divine sense erupted forth with the paramount power of wind and instantly sliced through the barrier. At the same time, Enlin's divine sense also destroyed the power that had been planted in the great empress and Meng Ji's minds, leaving not a single trace behind. The great empress opened her eyes with astonishment on her face. What a miraculous power! Sect leader Enlin Yu. She forced herself to stop halfway through her sentence. Everyone had their own secrets, and it wasn't a good idea to pry into someone else's secrets. The great empress felt like this man was very mysterious, and she really wanted to get closer to him. And Lin smiled at the great empress, as if he hadn't heard what she had just said. Summon a few more snow maidens. I don't believe that it won't come. The great empress immediately summoned a few more holy palace leaders. And Lin saw a few familiar faces among these snow maidens. For example, Su Jingxiang Yanhua and Ro Gu. They were all returned to Void Stage snow maidens that Enlin had met in the ancient Tai Chu realm. Enlin had been influenced by the Holy Mother's heart at the time, and he had saved them once. Su Jingxiang Yanhua and Ro Gu were all feeling extremely conflicted at this moment. They had been saved by Enlin again. Thank you, Enlin, Su Jingxiang said in a gentle voice as she looked at Enlin. Yan Hua pursed her lips. I have nothing to repay you with. I can only, Enlin immediately interjected. Don't repay me with your body. Yan Hua choked on her words, and she glowered at Enlin. I'll repay you in my next life. Enlin heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. In all honesty, even though the snow maidens were very beautiful, they were too cold to hug. He wouldn't want them even if they offered themselves to him. He began to remove the death timer on Yanhua and the others. The spell technique that the enemy had left on the snow maidens wasn't very powerful, and it could be easily broken by his heavenly wind power. The enemy probably didn't anticipate that the snow maidens would be able to use a similar power. It was also for this reason that Enlin was able to use the power of the heavenly wind god many times. However, he wasn't going to tire himself out. After saving 1 or 2 snow maidens, he rested for a while and swallowed a spirit pill to replenish his energy. The snow maidens' eyes widened at the sight of Enlil eating the spirit pill like it was candy. They really couldn't imagine the life of the rich. After a series of ferocious actions, the death countdowns of all the sacred palace masters were broken by Enlil. All of them expressed their gratitude toward Enlil, and their favorability level increased by leaps and bounds. Enlil thought to himself, if the system issued a mission for him to gain the affection of the snow maidens, he should be able to complete it immediately. Sigh, we've already deactivated a dozen or so death countdowns, but they still haven't arrived? Enlil swallowed a spirit pill and sighed in resignation. He still couldn't think of any way to uncover the culprit behind the scenes. He could only wait for the culprit to come out. However, the other party seemed to be able to keep his composure and had yet to show himself. Deactivating the death countdowns of the snow maidens one by one wasn't a solution either. There were over 100 million snow maidens, and Enlil would be exhausted to death if he had to deal with them one by one. However, there didn't seem to be any other way. Looks like this is an intelligent and cautious heavenly god manifestation. Enlil recalled the heavenly gods he had seen before. The heavenly god of sea chose to hide, the heavenly god of wind chose to be reckless, and the heavenly god of lightning chose to seduce others. Now, this unknown heavenly god was hiding like a teenage mutant ninja turtle. What could he do to provoke this heavenly god manifestation and make it come out? Enlil fell into deep thought. He called over another snow maiden and decided to study that barrier. Enlil's divine sense enshrouded the death countdowns as he used the power of the heavenly wind god to slowly slice open that barrier. He wasn't in a hurry to destroy that power. Instead, he enshrouded it with the power of the wind and carefully sensed its power before gently stirring it to tease it. The snow maiden's eyelashes trembled as she moaned. Enlil's brows furrowed slightly. The celestial Darch, the great empress, and the others all wore expressions of anticipation and curiosity. Enlil suddenly discovered that if he attached a wind blade to his divine sense and slowly tore open the barrier, the power of the wind and the power of the barrier would either fuse or repel one another. This was a state where the two powers fused and repelled one another at the same time. It was very contradictory, but it was like the yin-yang symbol, mutually reinforcing and mutually annihilating one another. He tried to push the power in the direction of fusion. Not only did Enlil want to destroy that power, but he also wanted to absorb it as well. This was a process that was progressing very slowly. However, just as he was about to fuse that power with it, it was suddenly met with an extremely violent rejection. Enlil's expression darkened, but at the same time he became even more excited. It was good that there was resistance and rejection. He was just worried that it wouldn't react at all. The more it struggled, the more excited Enlil became. The more he wanted to fuse with it. The most provocative thing he could do to that mysterious living being wasn't to destroy its spell technique. Instead, it was to fuse with and absorb its power. That would be the equivalent of rubbing its power against the ground, and no one would be able to tolerate that. Now, he could only hope that this living being manifested by the heavenly gods would have its own emotions. Only then would Enlil be able to do anything meaningful. Enlil exerted all of his strength and finally managed to absorb his opponent's power. An ancient and indestructible aura flowed into his body along with the power of the wind. This power. Enlil's heart was throbbing with excitement. For some reason, he felt like this power was even more terrifying than that of the heavenly wind god. They were both representatives of the heavenly Tao, so why was he feeling like this? Whoosh! All of a sudden, the clouds in the sky lit up with a golden light. A burst of mighty power tore through the massive ice barrier unleashed by the great empress before descending from the sky. Enlil, look out! The celestial Darch let loose a cry of surprise. He could sense that this power was hurtling toward Enlil. Enlil's expression was completely unfazed as his divine tool, evil-slaying sword, flew out from behind him and slashed toward the mighty power. a black light engulfed heaven and earth as an extremely profound sword projection tore through the power. The energy that had been split in two fell onto the ground, causing the hard ground to melt like butter. It created two cracks that were hundreds of miles long and were so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. The great Empress' heart jolted with shock. If this power were to fall upon her, there was no way she would be able to defend herself. This was because this power was imbued with some kind of irresistible power, as if the two of them weren't even on the same level. A terrifying aura descended from the sky, as if a paramount god had descended upon this world. Many of the snow maidens raised their heads with expressions of shock and horror on their faces. All of the snow maidens in the sky turned pale with fright at the sight of this aura. At this moment, a white figure rose into the sky. All of the snow maidens felt an indescribable sense of security at the sight of the white figure, and their expressions of shock and horror faded significantly as they stared at the white figure with scorching light in their eyes. They knew that if there was anyone in this world who could contend with a god in the sky, then it had to be this man. He was the war god of the celestial court, the sect leader of the 4-9 immortal sect, Enlil. Chapter 1436. Enlil looked up at the incessant rumbling in the sky. Boundless divine might descended from above, crushing down upon all living beings. However, this divine might didn't affect him in the slightest. Ever since he mastered the great divine might technique, no one dared to flex in front of him anymore. The clouds parted. A golden figure appeared in front of everyone. Her entire body was enshrouded in golden divine light, and she had the appearance of an extremely beautiful snow maiden. However, her body was semi-transparent, as if she were the most perfect piece of jade. The most eye-catching feature was the divine halo above her head. Golden light swirled incessantly, and it was so fast that Enlil couldn't even catch a glimpse of it. If it weren't for the ripples around him, he wouldn't even have known that the divine halo could revolve. Enlil sensed a familiar power from the divine halo. It was of a different element, but its essence was the same. This was undoubtedly another living being that had manifested from a heavenly god. However, he didn't know what kind of heavenly god this was. Just as Enlil was feeling perplexed, the living being turned toward Enlil, and a peculiar light suddenly appeared in its emotionless eyes. "You're the one who absorbed my power. What happened? Why are the wind and lightning in your hands?" The mysterious living being was both excited and perplexed. Enlil blinked before replying, "They've acknowledged me and decided to bestow their heavenly god powers upon me." This living being was quite expressive. Perhaps he could have a good chat with her? Sure enough, the golden snow maiden fell silent, as if she were thinking about something. Moments later, the divine halo above her head suddenly glowed brightly before emitting a buzzing sound. She tapped the divine halo above her head with a shiny, golden finger. An ethereal and holy voice sounded, "Hey, Time, what's up?" "Light, I'm at the border of the Tai-Chu opposite Shore Realm. I discovered that someone has stolen the wind and lightning, so I came to report this to you. I wanted to kill him on the spot. What do you think?" the golden snow maiden asked. A voice sounded from within the divine halo. "He must die." Golden snow maiden, "Got it." Enlil, "I haven't even tried to fool you yet, and you're already giving me a death sentence? Say a few words to me first." However, time and light, could it be that they were the power represented by authority? Enlil suddenly panicked. The Tao of light and the Tao of time were extremely mysterious. Even among the various major powers, there were very few who could come into contact with this level of power. To think that the other party's authority was of such an attribute. It sounded like he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He could sense the killing intent radiating from the golden snow maiden, and he immediately said, "Time, do you know why the wind and lightning have voluntarily allowed me to inherit their powers?" The golden snow maiden remained expressionless, and it was as if she hadn't heard him at all. She formed a sword with one hand and slashed it toward Enlil. 10-year sword. The void fluctuated, and a golden sword pierced through the sky. The corners of Enlin's mouth twitched slightly, and he finally gave up on trying to bluff his way through. Instead, he raised his aura to its peak and activated origin energy of the netherworld, Fire God Mode, Star Vein Divine Blast, and Triple-Bodied Burst at the same time. He was able to feel the vicissitudes of time from the blade of the sword. That power had passed through the river of time and ceaselessly accumulated sword momentum. In the end, merely the sword chi that was emitted possessed the might to split mountains and split seas. The great Empress expression shifted drastically, and she immediately yelled, "Get into formation and protect yourselves!" Countless blue defensive barriers and spell formations began to appear. At this moment, the Golden Snow Maiden's 10-year sword had already descended, and Lin's expression remained calm, and he was just about to raise his evil-slaying sword to defend himself. However, the Sword of Light suddenly flashed past at a speed that was as fast as the speed of light. There was no earth-shattering explosion as he had imagined. The Golden Snow Maiden, or in other words, the Heavenly Time God, her sword strike was extremely terrifying, but it was as if it had never even appeared in the first place. All of the Snow Maidens were dumbstruck, and they didn't know what had happened. However, Enlin's pupils contracted. His internal organs were rapidly deteriorating, and the vitality of every single cell in his body was rapidly diminishing to the point where they were even dying. He understood now. He knew what the death timer that had appeared on the Snow Maiden's body meant. That wasn't the power of death. Instead, it was the power of time. Time was used to end a living being's life. Through the implantation of a time seed, the target would immediately age and die as if they had lived for countless years. As long as the target hadn't transcended beyond all things, they wouldn't be able to escape the power of time. And Lin stared at the changes taking place within his body with shock and horror on his face. If it weren't for his extremely powerful life force, that sword strike would have most likely already killed him. He wasn't the only one who was astonished. The Heavenly Time God was also staring at Enlin with astonishment and confusion on her face. Strange. Why has my power been restricted so much? Why is it that your life force hasn't diminished in the slightest? It's as if it's been locked down. And Lin didn't know what she was talking about, and he gritted his teeth before pouncing toward the Heavenly Time God. The Heavenly Time God had severely wounded him with just one attack. He had to end this battle as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he would be exhausted to death sooner or later. The Heavenly Time God heaved a faint sigh at the sight of Enlin. As expected, my power has been restricted far too drastically. If this were in the past, I would be able to determine life and death with a single glance. As she spoke, she stretched out her golden and slender palm and clenched it in the air. Time stopped. All of a sudden, heaven and earth fell silent. Everything in this world fell silent. Regardless of whether it was the Snow Maidens, the celestial darch, the plants and trees, the wind and clouds in the sky. Everything was as still as a painting. Only the Heavenly Time God was still standing proudly in the heavens, exuding boundless divine light. Her eyes seemed to have seen through the passage of time. Regardless of whether they are powerful or weak, they are all as insignificant as dust particles in my eyes. In the face of time, everything in this world was insignificant. However, in the next instant, the man before her was still charging toward her. The man was completely out of place in this frozen world, but he was extremely similar to her. The silver-white flowing wind divine ring released a divine radiance above his head, and a protective barrier that isolated all power covered his entire body. A supreme aura spread out. The man who had sprang into action was none other than Enlin. After enduring the Heavenly Time God's 10-year sword, he knew that it would be difficult to defeat the Heavenly Time God in this world, so he immediately unleashed his heavenly wind power to enshroud his entire body. It was exactly because of this that he was able to evade the Heavenly Time God's technique. Heavenly Blade, and Lin hurtled toward the Heavenly Time God like a flaming meteor, appearing before her in the blink of an eye as his evil-slaying sword. which was imbued with the heavenly wind power, slashed down. The heavenly time god was momentarily dazed by the oncoming Enlin, but during this split second of distraction, Enlin's heavenly blade had already sliced her body in half. Chapter 1437. The blade projection sliced through the heavens and sliced through yin and yang, heaven and earth. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly time god or the earth, were all sliced in half. The still time suddenly began to flow again. Everyone was then greeted by the sight of Enlin slicing the heavenly time god in half. My God, what's going on? Did sect leader Enlin teleport? Great, he actually killed his opponent in one move. Our clan is saved. All of the snow maidens looked up at the battle in the sky with shock and awe in their eyes. However, the celestial arch and the great empress' brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this. They felt like something was missing. And Lin was also very tense. He was just about to unleash a few dozen more sword strikes. A voice suddenly sounded. Time reversal. The two halves of the golden snow maiden that had been sliced in half suddenly began to merge back together as if they were being rewound. Then the wound quickly healed, and her body became whole again. And Lin's heart jolted upon seeing this. He had finally unleashed his heavenly wind technique. But time reversal just like that? If time was reversed, then give me back the power I expended. And Lin discovered that this time reversal only affected herself and couldn't affect the outside world. However, this was already insane enough. He had finally slain the heavenly time god, only for her to return to her original state. How was he supposed to kill her then? Even though he said that, and Lin still continued to charge forward. He could only take a gamble. The heavenly time god had to expend a lot of power to reverse time, and that power couldn't be reversed. The heavenly time god spoke in an indifferent voice. As expected, you can still use the wind. Danger level, heaven rank. You must be eliminated. Heavenly blade. And Lin unleashed another sword strike. The heavenly time god extended a palm toward Lin. Slow down. Whoosh. And Lin suddenly discovered that the speed at which he swung his sword had slowed down by 100-fold. Furthermore, at the same time, he felt like this was the speed that he was supposed to achieve after unleashing his full power. At this moment, the heavenly time god gripped the air, and a golden sword projection pierced through heaven and earth like a golden river surging through the heavens with no end in sight. This was an endless river of time. No one knew where it came from, and no one knew where it would end. Drown in the ancient river of time, 100-year sword. The heavenly time god slashed her golden river toward Lin, and the river surged through the air even faster than Lin's sword. Move it! Move! And Lin had clearly used his power of wind to protect himself. But the power of time was omnipresent, and it was violently suppressing his wall of wind before disintegrating it. This was just like how Lin had used the power of wind to slice through the heavenly time god's protective barrier. Now the roles had been reversed, and Lin was the one being crushed. Speed, I need speed now. And Lin took a deep breath, and the flowing wind divine ring above his head suddenly changed. Thunder rumbled, and a golden light frightened the soul. An explosive, swift, and supreme aura spread out. Stage lightning essence, cultivation method. Lightning essence, cultivation method. Paramount, golden void lightning revolved around Lin's body, and he tore through the omnipresent power of time with extremely violent force. He was using the power of lightning that he had obtained from the refined golden void lightning. Lightning was the embodiment of speed and violence, so there was a chance that it could break through the heavenly time god's power of time in a short time. And Lin's speed increased explosively once again as the golden river surged toward him. His body flashed like lightning as he dodged in another direction, narrowly evading the golden river by a hair's breadth. Golden void divine lightning. And Lin pointed a finger, and golden divine lightning tore through space before roaring through the air. The golden void divine lightning was as thick as a water bucket, and just one bolt was enough to light up the entire heavens, as if it were the only bolt of paramount lightning between heaven and earth. Time decay. The heavenly time god extended a hand toward the divine lightning, and a golden ball of light appeared in her palm, which exuded an ancient might as well as an indescribable sense of sorrow. The golden void divine lightning pierced into the golden ball of light. It was also in that instant that the golden void divine lightning seemed to have experienced countless years within the golden ball of light, and its power became weaker and weaker. Even the tiniest particle had a period of decay and annihilation. The heavenly time god had created a space to rapidly decay the golden void divine lightning, and Lin's expression shifted drastically, and he immediately unleashed all of the power of lightning in an attempt to break through the heavenly time god's defenses. Break through! And Lin let loose an almighty roar as his golden void lightning ring quickly revolved. His power of lightning was imbued with paramount power of laws as it surged toward the heavenly time god's ball of light. Finally, the golden void divine lightning pierced through the time decay ball of light at Lin's behest. However, the golden void divine lightning had already shrunk from the size of a water bucket to the size of a mudfish crack. Boom! The golden void divine lightning exploded in the heavenly time god's hand, and her palm cracked slightly. The heavenly time god cocked her head to the side, and a beautiful smile appeared on her flawless features. Time reversal. A buzzing sound erupted. Her hand was instantly restored to its original state, and Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon seeing this. Was this necessary? Was this King necessary? If she had used the time reversal technique just a little later, the wound would have healed by itself. Even so, why did she still want to use the time reversal technique? Did she really have to let him know that she could use the time reversal technique as she pleased? And Lin was completely flabbergasted upon seeing this. He was clearly risking his life, but why was his opponent's reaction so casual? It was also at this moment that the heavenly time god's 100-year sword suddenly changed direction and pounced toward Lin from behind. Again. And Lin's expression shifted, and he was just about to unleash a lightning technique to escape. At this moment, something unexpected occurred. The river of time that stretched across the sky suddenly split and condensed into 10 golden flying swords. And Lin could sense the passage of time within the flying sword. It was extremely fearsome, and it was imbued with an indescribable power of time. There are 10 10-year swords, and Lin was astonished. Could a technique be split up like this? The 100-year sword isn't fast enough, so you'll have a chance to evade. What if it splits up into 10 10-year swords and attacks you at the same time? The heavenly time god waved a hand through the air. The golden flying swords flew toward Lin at an incredible speed. In the sky above, 10 golden sword projections instantly pierced through space. Looking up from below, one could only see a series of golden sword projections in the sky. As for the swords themselves, none of the snow maidens or the celestial arch or the great empress were able to see them as they were simply too fast. Divine lightning revolved around Lin's body, and his speed rose to the maximum as he evaded the flying swords. Only lightning could keep up with the speed of light. I'll hide, 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 hide. Dodge, 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 dodge. And Lin was still slightly inferior in the end, and one of the 10 light swords still struck his body. Chapter 1438. The 10-year sword pierced through the golden lightning before puncturing Lin's body. The extremely peculiar power of time caused his body to age at a rapid rate. White hair appeared on his head, and his organs and bones were also beginning to decay. And Lin's body swayed slightly, and he threw up a mouthful of blood as if he was struggling to hold on. The heavenly time god slowly drifted toward Lin with a cold expression. As long as I kill you, the wind and lightning will return to heaven and earth. Even without their sentience, heaven and earth will become more complete. And Lin panted heavily. His body was in an extremely poor state, and the divine halo above his head gradually dimmed before finally beginning to crumble. After using the powers of the heavenly gods repeatedly, his powers of the heavenly gods had finally been completely depleted. Without the powers of wind and lightning, there was no way he could contend with the heavenly time god. Little Xia! And Lin suddenly roared. Boom! An inky black domain instantly proliferated, enshrouding heaven and earth within a radius of over 50 kilometers. The heavenly time god was suddenly plunged into complete darkness, and she was unable to tell which direction was up or down. Her expression changed again as she stared at the scenes unfolding before her with an entranced expression. Evil sword technique, final technique, eternal night. And Lin unleashed a dark, formless sword strike. The power to end all things surged toward the heavenly time god. The evil-slaying sword possessed a special type of power. Even when Enlin didn't possess any powers of the heavenly gods, it could still affect the heavenly wind god. Hence, Little Xia was Enlin's final trump card. Within the divine tool domain, the heavenly time god's golden light was extremely dazzling. Her expression shifted slightly upon sensing the arrival of the eternal night, but there was still no hint of fear on her face. The heavenly time god stepped lightly into the darkness with her golden foot, and the power of time and space instantly transformed into a halo of light that proliferated into infinity and beyond like a ripple. Time decay. Regardless of whether it was the eternal night sword strike or the divine tool domain, both were instantly annihilated. It was as if the night had been torn apart by the light. Heaven and earth reappeared. The heavenly time god could see that the evil-slaying sword in Enlin's hand was still glowing with a peculiar black light. Her pupils contracted slightly, and she was just about to raise her hand. Bam! She was caught off guard. The heavenly time god's head exploded. This scene happened so suddenly that everyone jumped in fright. All of the snow maidens let loose cries of surprise before expressions of undisguised joy appeared on their faces. Some of them were blushing, while others were cheering loudly. And Lin, on the other hand, was frowning deeply. He had just used vanquish the heavens and slay all evil's ultimate skill, annihilation. Even though the heavenly time god's head was about to explode, she felt like something was missing. Little Xia's power was able to wound or exhaust her opponent, but she was unable to destroy her opponent's core. She was like a weed that could grow again after being burned to ashes as expected. Even if his head exploded, a pleasant and emotionless voice rang out again. Time rewind. Time reversed. The light spots converged. As if rewinding, the exploded head began to reassemble itself. Both the Snow Maidens and the Celestial Darch were dumbstruck upon seeing this, and despair welled up in their hearts. Even if the Golden Snow Maiden was sliced in half and her head exploded, she wouldn't die even if she was severely wounded to this extent. She would be able to recover after a single time reversal. So what else could he do to kill her? What could he do? What else could he do to kill her? And Lin racked his brain for a solution, but he still couldn't come up with a solution. He was already at the end of the line. Was he going to run? And Lin recalled the promise he had made with Xiaolan. If he couldn't defeat her, he had to come back alive no matter what. He looked at the extremely powerful golden snow maiden before him, and the thought of retreat gradually welled up in his heart. On the ground below, the Celestial Darch was dialing a voice transmission. Your Majesty, the situation is extremely urgent. The heavenly time god is here. If you don't come, and Lin might really die. The Celestial Darch spoke in a panicked voice. Nuwa Sai sounded from the other side of the voice transmission talisman. You know that I can't do anything in my current state. I only have one chance to attack the heavens. The Celestial Darch was a little reluctant to give up, but he knew that Nuwa was right. If Nuwa were to intervene now, her plan to mend the heavens would only fail. He gritted his teeth. I won't let Enlin die here no matter what. Enlin is the war god of the celestial court, and I am the celestial Darch. If you can't do anything, then I'll save him." The other side of the voice transmission talisman fell silent. "Celestial Darch, I hope you know what you're doing," Nuwa said with a serious expression. "You can't even defeat the heavenly wind god. So how are you going to fight the heavenly time god? Our heaven-mending sect isn't researching how to fight the heavens. What we're researching is how to mend the flaws of the heavens." The celestial Darch smiled. "But I've already done my research." Nuwa. The celestial Darch ended the voice transmission talisman and looked up into the sky. The heavenly time god had already used her time reversal technique to recover from all of her injuries. At this moment, even the snow maidens knew that Enlin was actually at a disadvantage. Even though Enlin had wounded her twice, she was able to recover both times. In contrast, Enlin's aura was beginning to wane after being struck twice by the 10-year sword, and his body was most likely also severely wounded. In terms of trump cards, Enlin had already used up all of his trump cards, so he didn't have any more trump cards up his sleeve. As for the heavenly time god, she was a completely unfathomable being. No one knew what her next attack was going to be. Even if she continued to use the 10-year sword, she would be able to wear Enlin down. The Great Empress looked up at the man standing proudly in the sky and took a deep breath before speaking in a clear voice. "All snow maidens, attack the enemy and create an opportunity for sect leader Enlin." Tens of thousands of snow maiden powerful beings roared in unison as they formed a battle formation and launched an all-out attack toward the heavenly time god. Their enemies were extremely powerful, to the point where they were unimaginably powerful, but they could only pin their hopes on the man in the sky. Hence, all of them launched fearless attacks in order to buy even a sliver of an opportunity for Enlin. All of a sudden, a torrential downpour of ice blades and frosty cannons rocked heaven and earth. Countless ice spell techniques inundated the heavenly time god like a tidal wave. Enlin faltered slightly at the sight of the snow maidens shielding him. He didn't think that he would be able to receive reinforcements from almost all of the snow maidens in this dire situation. However, these attacks were clearly completely ineffective. The golden ball of light proliferated for 5 kilometers, and all of the spell techniques that entered the range of the ball of light were quickly dispelled, leaving no trace behind. The heavenly time god stood at the center of the ball of light with a cold expression on her face, completely unfazed by the snow maiden's attacks. And Lin knew that this was the power of time decay. Not only would normal attacks not be able to break through it, but even the power of the heavenly gods could be obliterated by this power of time decay. And Lin was already planning to run away, but his heart wavered at the sight of the snow maidens desperately trying to create an opportunity for him. Should he run or not? Chapter 1439. If he escaped, over 100 million snow maidens were going to die here. The heavenly time god would also become a huge threat to the human race. However, if he didn't escape, how was Enlin going to kill this heavenly god? Just as he was at his wit's end, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Enlin, I am the celestial Darch. I plan to help you fight the heavenly time god." Enlin's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he immediately transmitted his voice. "You want to help me? How are you going to help me? You have to realize that the heavenly time god's time reversal can make all of our efforts go to waste." The celestial Thearcha's voice sounded again. "Can you wound the heavenly time god again?" And Lin thought about it for a moment before gritting his teeth. "If I fight with my life on the line, I can cripple her again. As long as you can incapacitate her in an extremely short amount of time, as long as I can get close to her, I have a way to kill her." The celestial Darch replied, and Lin was shocked. "Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Why are you waiting until I'm about to die? Is this more exciting?" The celestial Darch. "No, it's because I need to analyze her power. Do you still remember when I fought the heavenly wind god? I have a special constitution that allows me to use the power of the heavens against it, but I was still inferior in the end. The reason for that was because my analysis wasn't complete enough. And Lynn recalled that the celestial darch seemed to have blown up the Wind Walker once. The celestial darch continued, I can also use the power of the heavens to fight the heavenly time god. With my experience from last time against the heavenly wind god, as well as my complete analysis, I am confident that I can suppress or even kill the heavenly time god. And Lynn couldn't help but become excited upon hearing this, and his battle intent surged again. All right, I'll battle you again. Time, reincarnation. The golden snow maiden tossed a golden ball into the sky, upon which it exploded. Golden light permeated heaven and earth before falling like arrows. Golden arrows instantly fell from the sky like torrential rain. Countless snow maidens were struck, and they wailed in anguish as their bodies quickly melted into puddles of snow. The snow maidens were born from the snow, and they were transformed from the snow. However, the golden arrow actually allowed them to return to their original state. It was like reincarnation. No one could defend themselves against the rain of golden swords. Even the return to void stage snow maidens were quickly reduced to a puddle of snow after being struck by the golden swords. Another instant kill, in the face of the heavenly time god, regardless of whether one was a Tao body stage cultivator or a return to void stage cultivator. They were all just ants. And Lynn had only just concluded his conversation with the celestial darch, but tens of thousands of snow maidens had already perished. Only after battling the heavenly time god did the snow maidens truly realize just how terrifying she was. Their attacks couldn't even break through her defenses, but any of her attacks could insta-kill them. This was a power that could make people despair. If it weren't for the fact that the snow maidens knew that their savior and Lynn was still alive, their morale would have collapsed a long time ago. 9 Extreme Frost Sky Talisman. Meng Ji suddenly appeared beside the heavenly time god with a divine staff in her hand. She pointed her divine staff at the golden snow maidens, and there was an extremely dazzling and translucent divine symbol on the tip of the staff. The divine symbol continued to expand, and the power of extreme frost that permeated heaven and earth became more and more terrifying. It crashed down toward the heavenly time god with 9 layers of extremely powerful sealing power. The heavenly time god waved a hand casually, and a wisp of golden wind tore the 9 extreme frost sky talisman apart. Meng Ji's expression shifted drastically, and she hurriedly retreated, but her arm was still swept up by the golden wind. It was also at this moment that her delicate arm began to age at a rate discernible to the naked eye. A decisive expression appeared on Meng Ji's face as she materialized an ice sword and slashed it toward her own arm. Blood splattered through the air, and she was finally able to halt the aging process by severing her own arm. Right at this moment, the Snow Maiden Empress also charged toward the heavenly time god with a peculiar ice crystal in her hand. The crystal exuded a shimmering divine light and appeared to be extremely intricate and beautiful. This was the only divine tool of the Snow Maidens, the Frost Essence Spike. Once it struck an enemy, it would be able to inject the essential power of extreme frost into the enemy's body to seal them for eternity. Even Tao integration stage, super mighty figures would not be able to escape this fate. The great Empress power of the divine Tao soared into the sky, encompassing the entire sky for 150 kilometers. In the extremely cold environment, she threw out the strange ice crystal in her hand. The ice crystal glowed with a colorful light, and all of its microscopic structures were constantly changing. It was analyzing its enemy's attributes in order to create the most suitable form to attack. Soon, the ice crystal began to shrink and elongate, like an extremely thin needle. Whoosh! The divine tool, the Frost Essence Ancestral Spike, stabbed toward the heavenly time god, leaving an extremely obscure trajectory in its wake. And Lin's eyes also opened at this moment, and his aura began to soar explosively. It was time for him to strike. The heavenly time god extended a translucent fingertip at the sight of the oncoming frost essence spike. 10-year shield. A small golden shield began to appear on her fingertip. Just like that, the frost essence ancestral spike pierced into the small shield, and its speed suddenly slowed down by 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The spike that had been like a bolt of lightning was now crawling like a turtle, and then it was crawling like a snail. Time flowed differently within the shield compared to the outside world. At the same time, objects that had entered the shield also experienced different phenomena as compared to the outside world. This interference and conflict had resulted in this peculiar change. At this moment, the heavenly time god pointed her other finger at the great empress. An extremely powerful sense of impending doom welled up in the great empress' heart. A death countdown suddenly appeared in her mind, from which an extremely terrifying aura of death exuded. Most importantly, there were only 10 seconds left on this countdown. 10, 9, the great empress knew that Enlin was completely unable to break the death countdown for her. She could only fight with her life on the line. Even if she had to die, she had to fight for the snow maidens. The great empress let loose a clear cry and unleashed a blood, mystic technique to inject all of her power into the frost essence spike. Just as the heavenly time god was about to block the divine tool with her right hand and grant the great empress death with her left hand, a black light flashed in the distance. The heavenly time god focused her gaze, and a golden barrier materialized before her. However, her power was extremely violent and insane, and it instantly tore through the golden barrier. Die. And Lin roared with rage. In order to unleash this final technique, the vanquish the heavens and slay all evil annihilation technique, he had expended all of his power, including the power to escape. All or nothing. Bam. The heavenly time god's head was pulverized by the power of the evil-slaying sword again. The great empress discovered that the countdown timer in her mind had also been shattered. This indicated that the heavenly time god's spell technique had been forcibly interrupted, and she was momentarily feeble. It was also at this moment that a celestial arch in an imperial robe with the heavens reflected in his eyes appeared before the heavenly time god, and he plunged his hand into the heavenly time god's chest. The heavenly time god's body was punctured by the celestial Thearchus hand. Punishment on behalf of the heavens, sealing palm of heavenly fate. The celestial Thearchus' eyes were completely emotionless, and it was as if the heavens were falling from the heavens. White vein patterns instantly spread over the heavenly time god's entire body. A burst of mighty power descended from the sky, pressing down upon the heavenly time god's body in a frenzy, as if it were a thorn in heaven and earth that had to be pulled out no matter what. The headless heavenly time god's body trembled violently as she struggled with all her might. However, the more she resisted, the more terrifying the sealing power became, and Lin was ecstatic. They were going to win this time. Chapter 1440. The heavenly time god's aura was becoming more and more feeble. It was quite clear that the celestial Thearchus seal was very effective. All of the snow maidens turned their eyes upon the celestial arch. They never imagined that the Sky Emperor, who had not made a move all this time, would be so stunning the moment he made a move. He practically decided the entire battle with a single blow. The heavenly time god was still struggling, but her struggles were completely ineffective, as if she were on her deathbed. The great empress was astonished. I knew that he could borrow the power of the heavens, but I didn't think that he would be able to do so. If a Tao integration stage super mighty figure were to unleash such a power, they would probably be completely obliterated. Meng Ji also sighed with emotion. What an impressive technique. The Lord of the Celestial Court really lives up to his reputation. Just this technique alone is not something that we can oppose. Not only was the heavenly time god's aura rapidly weakening, but even her body was quickly shrinking. When she returned to nothingness and her authority returned to the heavenly Tao, She was truly destroyed. And Lin suddenly wanted to land the killing blow. Wouldn't it be great if he could take back the power of time? Not taking into account anything else. Just the power of time reversal alone would make him virtually unkillable. However, he still forcefully suppressed the thought. He had to think about the bigger picture. If he interfered and caused the celestial Thearchus seal to fail, then he would really be condemned for all eternity. Just as Enlin was contemplating this, the celestial Thearchus' expression abruptly shifted. Crap, the power of time can't be returned to the heavenly Tao, the celestial Tharch exclaimed. And Lin was perplexed. Why can't it be returned? Her will is too strong, and I can't erase it, the celestial Tharch replied with a solemn expression. And Lin was enlightened. He had always felt that the heavenly time god was very human-like. She was very expressive and talkative, so it looked like she had a very powerful will. Then what do we do? And Lin asked. The great empress, Mengji, and the other snow maidens were also looking at the celestial Tharch with nervous expressions. The celestial Tharch heaved a forlorn sigh. I don't know. And Lin, the great empress, was he telling them to wait for their deaths? I can't kill her right now, and she can't break free from my seal for now. We're in a stalemate. However, if I can't find a way, she'll be able to regain her freedom when I run out of power, the celestial Tharch said with a despairing expression. And Lin was filled with exhaustion. He had finally given up the chance to escape and decided to fight to the death with the Sky Emperor, but in the end he was defeated? Wait a minute, he suddenly remembered something. The celestial Tharch and the heavenly time god were locked in a stalemate, so he could take this opportunity to escape. And Lin was itching to make a move. An elated expression appeared on the celestial Thearchus' face at the sight of the stirring in Lin. And Lin, have you come up with a good idea? If you do, then just do it. Don't worry about the consequences. I want to escape, and Lin said honestly. The celestial Tharch. Snow Empress. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. I'm risking my life to kill the enemy, and you actually want to betray your teammate? The celestial Tharch felt like he was about to throw up a mouthful of blood. Should he praise Enlin for his true nature, or should he criticize Enlin for being a coward? And Lin thought about it for a moment. Even though his life was important, it really wasn't a good idea to betray the celestial Tharch. But what could he do? And Lin stepped forward, and his body flashed toward the heavenly time god. The heavenly time god's head was gone, but her body was still trembling and struggling. If it weren't for the fact that the celestial Tharch was still sealing her, she would most likely be able to reverse time before flexing in front of everyone again. And Lin paused momentarily before stabbing his sword into the heavenly time god's chest. That's what you get for flexing. The inky black sword blade pierced through the heavenly time god's body, and she shuddered violently as if she was in a lot of pain. And Lin could sense that the wound was only on the surface, and he hadn't managed to inflict any damage to the core. Could it be that he had stabbed her in the wrong way? And Lin pulled out his evil slaying sword before stabbing it into another part of the golden snow maiden's body. Splat! The golden snow maiden's body shuddered again, as if she was in a lot of pain. And Lin continued to thrust his sword into the snow maiden's body relentlessly. He stabbed the snow maiden over 100 times in the blink of an eye. Mr. Lin, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. The celestial Thearchus' features were slightly pale as he gritted his teeth, and Lin's expression darkened. How is that considered slow? The point is that it's useless. As he spoke, he stabbed the snow maiden over 100 more times with his sword. The evil slaying sword had a special suppressive effect against these heavenly Tao clones, so all of his attacks landed on the heavenly time god's body with unerring accuracy. But he just couldn't kill her. What do I do, little Xia? And Lin couldn't help but ask his sword spirit. A cold and tender voice sounded, I can't kill her. Your cultivation base is too low, and you won't be able to draw upon enough of my power. And Lin. So this was all because he was too weak? And Lin was feeling a little weary. Why was he the scapegoat? How about we get the Celestial Arch or the Great Empress to use you to slay the heavenly gods? And Lin asked, They don't even have the right to use my power, little Xie said with a disdainful expression. And Lin faltered slightly before suggesting, How about you do it yourself? I'm like a duckweed with nowhere to go, and I can't unleash my full power. At the end of the day, it's all because you're too weak, little Xie replied in an indifferent voice. And Lin felt like he had been stabbed again, and he stabbed the Snow Maiden over 100 more times as he spoke. The Snow Maiden's intricate and flawless body was already riddled with holes. Her body trembled violently, and she seemed to be unable to maintain her stability as she began to crumble. Not only that, but even her golden divine halo was beginning to crack. Bam! The heavenly time god's body exploded into specks of light. This scene stunned everyone in the arena. It's over, the great empress murmured. The celestial Darch sensed for a while before an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. This is great. And Lin, I can't sense her presence. We've won. We've won? And Lin looked at the empty space before him with a surprised expression. He then looked at the evil-slaying sword with a smile. Could it be that I'll be able to kill her if I accumulate enough damage? Little Xie didn't say anything. She seemed to be thinking about something. The celestial Darch heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he was very tired, a joyful smile appeared on his face. It was definitely a good thing that they were able to eliminate a threat to the human race. Splat! Blood suddenly splattered through the air. The celestial Thearcha's smile congealed on his face. A dazzling golden blade radiance pierced through his chest. There were no living beings between heaven and earth. All that remained was a blade projection that had suddenly appeared in his chest. Wheel of Time, an ethereal voice sounded in the sky. Specks of light converged, and the divine halo was reconstructed. A golden snow maiden reappeared between heaven and earth. It was the heavenly time god. She had been resurrected, completely unscathed. All of the snow maidens were in despair, and Lin also drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. The heavenly time god's reconstructed divine halo suddenly began to crack. Chapter 1441. The heavenly time god didn't seem to care about that small rift. Time reversal. His divine halo flashed with light, and Lin's eyes widened, and he was just about to yell at the heavenly time god for cheating when he discovered that the crack on his divine halo hadn't healed. The heavenly time god's brows furrowed slightly. Time reversal. Hum! Another burst of light flashed. The crack in the divine ring was still there. Time reversal. Buzz, time reversal. Buzz, turning back time. The heavenly time god's expression gradually crumbled, as if she had encountered something extremely infuriating and terrifying, and she was determined to seal the crack. The celestial Darch took this opportunity to escape. His aura was extremely weak. It was as if the energy in his body had been sucked dry by the golden blade aura. However, he was still alive. Why is there a seam? My perfect body will not allow such a flaw to exist. The heavenly time god gritted her teeth and ignored even Lin and the celestial Darch. She was like an obsessive-compulsive patient as she continued to use time reversal techniques to repair her divine halo. And Lin and the celestial Darch were both a little dumbstruck, wondering what the heavenly time god was up to. The celestial Darch quickly calmed himself down, and he clasped a hand over the wound on his chest. The heavenly time god is in a very strange state, so the crack on her divine halo could very well be our breakthrough point. And Lin nodded in agreement. There's a possibility that her divine halo can't be repaired by reversing the flow of time. There's something special about her divine halo, and it's already damaged beyond repair. Another possibility is that her time reversal has failed, or her strength has weakened. They looked at each other and saw hope in each other's eyes. The heavenly time god was not invincible. She was also weakening. As long as we hold on, we can win. At this moment, a blinding light suddenly filled everyone's vision. And Lin and the celestial Thearchus hearts skipped a beat as an aura of death enveloped their bodies. Following that, the Sky Emperor's chest was once again pierced by a slender hand, and his flesh was torn apart in an instant. Puff! The celestial Darch spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly retreated in an attempt to shake off the enemy. Then a slap went straight for his head, as if wanting to smash his head into pieces. Fortunately, the celestial Darch had an iron head and withstood this palm strike. However, his body was still smashed into the ground like a meteorite, creating a crater over 1,000 meters in diameter. Evil sword technique second style flash stab, and Lin instantly appeared before the heavenly time god with his evil slaying sword in hand before stabbing toward the divine halo above her head. Bang! At an even faster speed, a pair of hands clamped down on the incoming blade, and Lin suddenly felt that his swords had encountered an extremely terrifying resistance, and he couldn't stab any further. He focused his gaze to discover that his evil-slaying sword had been intercepted by the heavenly time god barehanded. To a sword immortal, this was an utter humiliation. "You're still trying to stab my ring? You're still trying to stab my ring. It's clearly cracked, it's clearly flawed, and it's no longer perfect. So why aren't you letting go?" The heavenly time god roared with rage, and Lin looked at the heavenly time god, who had already lost her rationality, and he was unable to muster up any joy. He had a feeling that this golden snow maiden was several times more terrifying than before. A cruel smile suddenly appeared on the golden snow maiden's face. "Before you die, I'm going to torture you, just like how you tortured me. I remember that you've already stabbed me 300 times, so I have to pay you back in kind," and Lin's heart jolted with shock. He didn't think that the heavenly time god would hold such a grudge. The golden snow maiden's smile crumbled as she continued, "Hence, I'm going to stab you 30,000 times." And Lin's eyes widened with incredulity as he stared at the golden snow maiden. "What the F asterisk CK? I stabbed you 300 times, so you're paying me back in kind? Shouldn't you be stabbing me 300 times instead? What kind of tit for tat was this?" Just as he was in shock, a golden light flashed from the heavenly time god's eyes, and a sharp pain erupted from 100 different parts of Lin's body at the same time. Blood splattered through the air, instantly staining his white Taoist robe. 100 bloody holes riddled his chest, abdomen, and limbs. Not only was he suffering from the excruciating pain of his flesh being torn apart, but even his bones felt like they had been pulverized. And Lin was instantly covered in blood, and he couldn't help but let loose a cry. The heavenly time god had made Lin experience extreme physical pain, and Lin's only thought at this moment was to run. However, before he had a chance to do anything, a golden cage began to ensnare him. "That's the first strike," the heavenly time god spoke in an indifferent voice, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath, and his mind was a little befuddled. "The first strike? You stabbed me 100 F asterisk king holes, and that was only one strike?" So the heavenly time god's 30,000 strikes were actually 3 million strikes? And Lin was in despair. He had only stabbed the heavenly time god 300 times, but her vengeance was far too intense. Couldn't she show some mercy? Was she a demon? No, he shouldn't have been able to last until 3 million strikes. After all, he was almost completely crippled by the heavenly time god strike. "Time reversal," the golden snow maiden suddenly said. And Lin. A golden light enshrouded Lin, and a peculiar power healed all of his injuries, returning him to the state he had been in before the heavenly time god strike. Even though he had recovered, the pain and exhaustion from being stabbed 100 times still lingered in his mind. Then a low voice that sounded like a devil's whisper could be heard. "The second sword! Splat!" Blood splattered through the air as Lin's blood-curdling cries intermingled. And Lin's body was punctured 100 times again. The excruciating pain almost made his brain convulse. "Time reversal," the snow maiden continued. An expression of shock and horror appeared on Lin's face. That's right, if he was about to die like this, he could use time reversal. He could indeed be stabbed 3 million times, and he could even be tortured for eternity. However, he wasn't the type to just sit and wait for death. In the instant that he recovered from his injuries, he let loose an almighty roar as he slashed his evil-slaying sword toward the heavenly time god. You still want to struggle? The heavenly time god cackled maniacally as she grabbed onto the blade of the evil-slaying sword with one hand, while her other hand transformed into a sharp golden sword that instantly punctured another 100 holes into Enlin's body. The third strike. Enlin howled with anguish again. Time reversal. The heavenly time god used time reversal again. This time, Enlin switched from offense to defense as he unleashed his evading turtle technique. The fourth strike. The evading turtle technique was corroded and punctured by the power of time. Enlin was stabbed 100 times again, and indescribable pain and exhaustion surged through his entire body. The Golden Snow Maiden, time reversal. Enlin's expression darkened. I want you to cry. I want you to shit. The Golden Snow Maiden remained expressionless. The fifth strike. Enlin howled with anguish. The Golden Snow Maiden, time reversal. Rainbow lightning. Lightning surged from Enlin's fingertips. The Golden Snow Maiden dispelled the lightning with a palm. The sixth strike. Enlin howled with anguish. The Golden Snow Maiden, time reversal. Enlin, nuclear mountain, quaking fist. The seventh strike. Time reversal. Sword burial. Extinguishing lotus, immortal sword. The eighth strike. Enlin resisted with all his might, but the Golden Snow Maiden was able to easily nullify all of his spell techniques. On the contrary, Enlin was riddled with holes over and over again. Regenerate, torture, regenerate, torture, regenerate, endless loop. He could swear that this was the first time he had ever experienced such terrifying torture. There seemed to be no end to it, and pain was his only source of existence. Enlin was still resisting, but he knew that if things continued like this, he would go insane sooner or later. Chapter 1442. Millions of snow maidens on the ground below witnessed this extremely tragic scene. Some of them couldn't bear to watch. Some of them prayed to the ice matriarch, and some of them unleashed spell techniques in a frenzy to attack the heavenly time god, even though they knew that doing so could very well spell death for them. However, the heavenly time god seemed to be doing something extremely important and didn't have the time to deal with them. All she did was set up a golden barrier, and she was already invincible. After that, she continued to torture Enlin within the barrier. Enlin, the celestial darch, crawled up from the ground with great difficulty and threw up another mouthful of blood. The heavenly time god had punctured his chest, and even his head had almost exploded. But he knew that the pain he was experiencing right now was not even 1% of what Enlin was experiencing. The heavenly time god had unleashed her power of the heavenly gods, so there was no way she could break through this barrier in a short time. Analyze. The celestial darch stared at the heavenly time god's golden barrier as countless streams of information flashed through his eyes. He could only hope that Enlin would be able to last until he finished analyzing the barrier. Only then would they have a chance at survival. Ice matriarch, what are you doing? Meng Ji grabbed onto Shangguan with a tense expression on her face. I'm going to use the power of the ice matriarch, Shangguan said as she held onto the ice matriarch's heart. Meng Ji's expression shifted again as she roared. Are you insane? Your body can't handle the ice matriarch's power right now. You'll die if you use it by force. Shangguan turned to Meng Ji with a resolute smile on her face. Enlin is here to save us. Are you going to stand by and watch him be tortured to death? Meng Ji opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. If we can obtain a power that transcends beyond the Tao integration stage in an instant, there might still be some hope. Shangguan Yi took a deep breath as she tightened her grip on the ice matriarch's heart. Within the golden barrier, time reversal, a peculiar power enshrouded the bloodied Lin, and his body instantly recovered to its original state. And Lin's mouth gaped open, and his entire body convulsed uncontrollably. His body had recovered, and he wasn't going to die. However, the torturous pain still lingered in his mind, stacking on top of each other, causing him to sink into extreme terror and trauma. 18th strike, the heavenly time god announced with a cruel smile, and Lin felt despair. This was only the 18th sword strike. If the heavenly time god unleashed all 30,000 sword strikes, he really would go insane. He didn't think that there would be such a vengeful enemy in this world. The heavenly time god was the embodiment of a heavenly god, so why couldn't she have some dignity and magnanimity? Right at this moment, the heavenly time god's 18th sword strike had already fallen, and Lin suddenly remembered that he hadn't even started to resist before this sword strike. Every time he resisted, it was a kind of attitude. It represented his unyielding spirit even in death. No matter what, I will fight you. This was a battle, not a simple abuse. However, the heavenly time god was simply too fast, and he didn't have time to cast a spell. Forget it, I'll just poke him with my finger. As he spoke, and Lin stretched out his finger and thought to himself, I'll poke you to death. At this moment, the system suddenly flashed. The move that had been dull all this time suddenly glowed with color. Perhaps it was because of your strong will to poke me, or perhaps it was because of your roar of unwillingness after being tortured thousands of times by the authority, which awakened a certain technique that had been dormant. In an instant, heaven and earth fell silent. The heavenly time god experienced time, slowing down for the first time. She could see an index finger approaching her relentlessly. The index finger was covered in a dazzling golden divine light, as if it were a golden finger. It wasn't coming toward her very quickly, but she felt as if there was no way to evade it. It was as if this finger was the only thing in this entire world, and it could puncture the heavens with a single flick of its finger. The heavenly time god immediately switched from offense to defense. Time decay. A golden ball of light imbued with the power of time appeared before her. However, the finger tore through the ball of light in an extremely violent manner before flying toward the heavenly time god with killing intent. Upon initial mastery, it could annihilate all things, and upon phenomenal mastery, it could puncture space, pierce through time, and pulverize the great Tao. Finger of the heavenly Tao. The technique that had been dormant for many years and deemed unfit for use by the system suddenly reappeared in this world. And Lin also came to a realization in that instant, and he unleashed the finger of the heavenly Tao without holding back. Furthermore, he unleashed it with his full power. The finger fell. Boom! The sky was instantly sliced in half by the power of the golden finger. The clouds dissipated, and the unstoppable power of the golden finger tore through the air like a surging heavenly river. The tip of the finger fell upon the heavenly time god's forehead. The heavenly time god's blood-curdling cries erupted throughout heaven and earth, as if she was in excruciating pain. All of the snow maidens could see the finger piercing through heaven and earth. It was so mighty and unstoppable, striking all of them with the urge to submit to it. If it were aimed at the heavens, perhaps it would even puncture a hole in the heavens. Is this sect leader and Lin's technique? So powerful. What kind of power is this? There seems to be no end in sight to this finger. I'm scared that he'll accidentally destroy this world. Can he win? Sect leader and Lin's attack can even sink an entire continent. How is that enemy going to defend herself against it? She'll definitely be reduced to ashes. All of the snow maidens discussed spiritedly among themselves. The power of Lin's finger of the heavenly Tao had been completely unleashed. The heavenly time god let loose a blood-curdling wail as a hole was punctured in her forehead. Then her entire body began to crack open and crumble. In the end, her entire body was reduced to ashes by the power of the finger. The golden light in the heavens dissipated, and Lin was the only one left in the sky. As for the heavenly time god, she had already been reduced to ashes. Heaven and earth suddenly fell silent. What followed was a tsunami of cheers. Ah, sect leader and Lin is so cool. Wah, we finally won. Thank you, sect leader and Lin. That finger is way too terrifying. What kind of technique is that? As expected of the war god of the celestial court. And Lin is the best. I love you. Some of the snow maidens had completely let go of their pride as they yelled at the man in the sky. All of the snow maidens were either whooping with joy or shedding tears of joy. This battle had not been easy to win. Just as all of the snow maidens were cheering with excitement, a man in a flowing white robe suddenly expanded, and his skin was showing signs of cracking. Look, sect leader Lin doesn't seem to be in a good state. What's going on with him? Why isn't he moving? His body seems to be expanding. Am I hallucinating? Just as all of the snow maidens were discussing spiritedly among themselves. Bam! And Lin exploded again, right before everyone's eyes. Boundless blood mist erupted from his body. A thick blood mist enshrouded the entire space like a blooming red flower. Chapter 1443. And Lin's self-detonation gave countless snow maidens a massive fright. The great empress reacted the quickest, and she instantly appeared before Lin before unleashing an ice seal spell technique to freeze his injuries before cradling him in her arms. And Lin, are you all right? What happened? The great empress asked in a concerned voice, and Lin opened his exhausted eyes. His powerful body of the war god was able to keep him from fainting on the spot, but he was completely drained of all energy. I'm all right. I won't die. It's just a side effect of using a spell technique. He spoke in a feeble voice as he cursed the system in his heart for being so heartless. He had finally managed to unleash the finger of the heavenly Tao, but it had to self-detonate again. Did it have to be such a bully? He really couldn't afford to unleash the finger of the heavenly Tao again. He was lucky last time as Chang he had stepped in to save him. This time it was all thanks to his thick skin that he was still breathing. Just as Lin was grumbling incessantly to himself, the great empress brought out the only regenerative immortal pill she had left from her storage ring before placing it into Lin's mouth with her slender, translucent hand. A burst of cool energy began to flow through his entire body, quickly healing his injuries. The immortal pill was most likely of a very high rank, and its power was fully unleashed by the evergreen technique. All of his injuries were healing at a rate discernible to the naked eye, and Lin was struck by a sense of comfort. Only then did he realize that he was being carried by the great empress. Her arms were wrapped around his waist, and his back was pressed tightly against the great empress's body. There was a soft and bouncy sensation on his back. The great empress slowly descended to the ground with him in her arms. In the wind, in the snow, in the great empress's arms. At this moment he felt like he was in a dream. The contrast was too great. It was as if he had suddenly gone from a hell of endless torture to a paradise on earth. The celestial darch, Mengji, and Shangguan quickly flew over to assess his injuries. Mr. And Lin, are you all right? My God, why did you suddenly self-detonate? Everyone asked with concern and comfort. And Lin didn't want to talk and just wanted to lie quietly in the Empress's arms. And Lin, I recall that you have a coffin with you. Hurry up and lie down in the coffin to recuperate, the celestial darch said with a concerned expression. And Lin rolled his eyes and pulled out the coffin from his storage ring. He lifted the lid of the coffin and was about to lie inside. Suddenly, he saw a golden light flickering in front of him. His pupils shrank slightly, and even his heartbeat slowed by half a beat. He knew that the nightmarish voice rang out again. Time roulette. Following the sound of the wheel turning, ka, the light spots converged. Time was like a surging river, vast and distant, flowing without end. A unique aura spread throughout the world. Everyone stared at the spot where the light spots converged, and for a moment they were so nervous that they forgot to breathe. For some reason, they suddenly had a terrifying conjecture. Motes of light converged to reveal a slim and slender figure, exquisite and perfect features, long golden hair that flowed like a waterfall, and a divine halo that exuded a supreme might. The heavenly time god had reappeared. The conjecture that they were most worried about had finally come true. Almost everyone who saw this scene forgot to breathe, and Lin's expression was filled with despair. His body, which had only just recovered, was throbbing with pain again. Even the finger of the heavenly Tao couldn't kill her, so what else could he do? In his current condition, he wouldn't even be able to unleash the first fist technique, let alone the finger of the heavenly Tao again. The heavenly time god appeared before everyone again, and she glowered at Lin with a pair of golden eyes, as if there was an irreconcilable vendetta between her and Lin. Kacha! The crisp sound of something cracking suddenly erupted. The divine halo above her head cracked again. There were 2 more cracks on the divine halo than before, so there were now a total of 3 cracks on the divine halo. And Lin didn't know how much the heavenly time god would be affected by the appearance of 3 cracks on the divine halo, but he knew that this was definitely going to be a massive blow to him. My halo, why did you crack again? The heavenly time god's hands trembled slightly as she stroked the divine halo above her head with an expression of shock and grief on her face. The title of heavenly time god gave Lin a sense of discomfort. All of you must die. This is unforgivable. I'm going to torture all of you for countless years. The golden snow maiden roared as the divine halo above her head lit up with a scintillating light. At the same time, she gripped the air with one hand. A golden pillar of light descended from the heavens before converging in her hand. The heavenly time god gripped the pillar of light, and it was as if she were holding a heaven-piercing stone pillar that was exuding an eternal and indestructible aura. 1,000-year sword. The golden snow maiden flicked her wrist, and a golden pillar of light fell from the sky, covering countless kilometers. Everything on the ground below was within the range of the golden pillar of light. I'm going to trap all of you in my time for all eternity and make you suffer eternal torture and refinement. Only then will I be able to alleviate my hatred for my halo cracking. It was a pillar of light, but it was also a sharp sword with an unstoppable sharpness. Regardless of whether it was the celestial Darch or all of the snow maidens, all of them were struck by a sense of crisis as they stared at the massive pillar of light falling from the sky. Are we going to die here? Meng Ji murmured, and Lin was in despair. No, we're not going to die. Didn't she say that she was going to trap us in her time and make us suffer eternal torture and refinement? And Lin did not doubt the heavenly time god's words at all. She had told him that she was going to slice Lin 30,000 times, and she really dared to do that. Boom! The pillar of light fell and engulfed Lin, the celestial Darch, and millions of snow maidens. After the light dissipated, only the heavenly time god remained standing in midair. The ground below was completely empty. There were no living creatures at all. It was completely silent. The heavenly time god's smile had completely crumbled. Finally, I can finally make you sinners who destroyed my rings experience the most terrifying pain in this world. My 1,000-year sword is imbued with the boundless power of time. They have created a cycle of life and death that can trap all living beings in an endless cycle of time. Come, let's begin Cycle 1. The heavenly time god's eyes flashed, and her consciousness descended into the sea of time. Everything was deathly silent and dark. A gentle voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. And Lin struggled to open his eyes and was greeted by the sight of an exquisitely beautiful woman in a jade dress looking at him with concern etched on her face. There was a pair of warm, jade-like hands pressed tightly against his face. You're finally awake. Are you feeling better? A vibrant smile appeared on the woman's face. Xiaolan. And Lin rose to his feet and pounced toward her like a tiger before wrapping his arms around her. You're still injured, so you need to rest. Su Xiaolan struggled for a moment, and Lin could indeed feel that his body was very feeble. So he let go with a blank expression. Why am I here? Why am I back? Wasn't he battling the heavenly time god? Why was he in Su Xiaolan's room after waking up? He felt like his surroundings were very realistic, not like he was in a dream. The celestial Darch saved you. Su Xiaolan brought over a bowl of medicine with a smile. And Lin, it's time to take your medicine. Chapter 1444. And Lin looked at the fragrant medicine that Su Xiaolan had brought over. I'm severely injured, so I can't drink it myself. I need you to feed me. Su Xiaolan chuckled. Look at you. Fine, I'll feed you. She took out a spoon and fed the medicine into Lin's mouth, mouthful by mouthful. And Lin felt warm all over as he drank the medicine. He sighed in his heart. This was such a wonderful life. The previous battle was like hell, and he didn't want to go through it a second time. He finished the medicine and was about to lie down comfortably. All of a sudden, an intense discomfort came from his body. First, there was a sharp pain in his stomach. Then he felt like his skin was being torn apart. The pain seeped into his bones and spread to his soul. It felt like his soul was going to be torn apart and destroyed along with it. Ah! And Lin screamed in agony. And Lin, how are you feeling? Su Xiaolan looked at Lin and asked with a smile. And Lin was dumbfounded when he saw the sinister smile on Su Xiaolan's face. Then, a conjecture that he didn't dare to believe came to his mind. Xiaolan, could it be that your medicine? And Lin's lips trembled as he exclaimed, I did it. Does it taste good? A cold smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she lifted Lin's chin with a slender, pristine finger. She seemed to be entranced by Lin's pained expression. Why did you do this? I don't believe it. And Lin's heart ached. It was 1,000 times more painful than the pain he was feeling on his body. Su Xiaolan smiled. Why? Don't you know why I did this? And Lin was at a complete loss. He really didn't know why this was happening. Su Xiaolan didn't wait for Lin to speak. She said bitterly, the empress of the Shui clan hugged you. Why do you think I did that? And Lin's eyes widened. Su Xiaolan laughed with a sickly face. Men like you who are fickle and abandoned should die. Suddenly, an immense pain surged through Lin's body, as if every inch of his skin was about to be torn apart. And Lin's entire body convulsed, and he foamed at the mouth. The pain instantly reached its peak. His legs kicked, his eyes rolled back, and he breathed his last. And Lin dead, in a deep sea of consciousness, in absolute darkness. A gentle voice rang in his ears. And Lin opened his eyes and was dazed by the warm candlelight. So he didn't die? That's great. It was just a false alarm. He saw a woman sitting quietly beside him with a gentle smile on her face. The woman was very happy. You're finally awake. Are you feeling better now? Xiaolan? I just had a nightmare. And Lin was a little frightened. Don't be afraid, it was just a dream. I'm here with you. Su Xiaolan hugged Lin lightly, as if trying to reassure him. And Lin was indeed less panicked as he basked in the warmth of her embrace. It's so good to have you by my side. And Lin sighed. You're still injured, so take care of yourself. Su Xiaolan patted Lin's back and stood up. She brought a bowl over from the table with a vibrant smile. Come, and Lin, drink your medicine. And Lin. The memories flooded him like a tide, causing him to suck in a deep breath of cold air, and his body trembled. He stared blankly at the spirit medicine in Su Xiaolan's hand and panicked. What was going on? What was going on? Was that a dream? Was it real now? And Lin's mind was in a mess, and he was thinking about many things. What's wrong, Lin? You don't look well, Su Xiaolan said with concern. and Lin looked at Su Xiaolan with some fear. I don't want to drink medicine now. I just want to rest. Su Xiaolan faltered slightly before she said with tears in her eyes, I've been brewing this medicine for an hour. You should at least drink some. It's a token of my sincerity, and Lin couldn't bear to see her like this, but he was also a little worried. There's nothing wrong with this medicine, right? Su Xiaolan's eyes reddened upon hearing this. What do you mean? Nothing. And Lin hurriedly accepted the medicine, only to find that his entire body was so feeble that he couldn't even hold a bowl properly. Come, let me feed you. Su Xiaolan took the bowl in a very considerate manner before picking up a spoon and feeding him mouthful by mouthful. And Lin, what was going on with this seemingly familiar scene? Let me tell you something first. I was severely wounded during my battle with the heavenly time god, and the great empress of the snow maidens held me in her arms to help me recover. And Lin spoke with a serious expression. Su Xiaolan cocked her head to the side. Oh, I get it. Why are you telling me this? And Lin was relieved to see that Su Xiaolan's expression was completely normal, and he drank the spirit medicine in Su Xiaolan's hand one mouthful at a time. A warm and extremely comfortable feeling instantly spread through his entire body. You're the best, Xiaolan. And Lin lay on his bed with an elated expression. Of course, I'm good to you. Su Xiaolan smiled. But unfortunately, you're not good to me. Everyone suddenly fell silent. A sense of foreboding welled up in Lin's heart. In the next instant, an excruciating pain shot through his entire body. First, there was an unbearable pain in his stomach, which then spread to every inch of his skin and even to his bones and consciousness. He felt as if the power of the medicine was going to tear his body apart. Ah, and Lin howled with pain. Why? Why are you doing this to me? He roared with rage and confusion. Su Xiaolan chuckled coldly. Do you really think I don't know that you kissed the 9-colored divine vermilion bird? You actually got involved with a bird. And Lin, no, let me explain. This is all a misunderstanding. And Lin explained in a loud voice. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Su Xiaolan shook her head relentlessly. Then, a cruel smile appeared on her face. Fickle, heartless, and disloyal men like you deserve to be destroyed by the heavens. Die. Boom! The medicine erupted, and Lin frothed at the mouth amidst the excruciating pain, and his vision darkened as his legs gave way. Death, a vast expanse of darkness and chaos ensued. A gentle voice sounded. And Lin was on the verge of tears upon hearing this voice. He had thought that he had arrived in heaven, but he had instead arrived in King Hell. Even an idiot would know that things were not as simple as they seemed now. It wasn't just that he had died and resurrected again and again. It was that everything he was experiencing now was extremely real and definitely not an illusion. He seemed to have fallen into a vicious cycle of reality. Once he died, he would resurrect on the bed, and Lin had already decided that he was going to sleep like this and not get up for now. Hurry up, and Lin, get up and take your medicine. Su Xiaolan's voice reverberated beside his ear. You're not getting up? No, I can't. The medicine has already been brewed, so I can't waste it. Su Xiaolan brought over a bowl of medicine and poured it into Lin's mouth without even caring whether he had woken up or not. Chapter 1445. And Lin was dumbstruck by this scene. She was trying to murder her Dao partner while he was pretending to be asleep. And Lin's body was extremely feeble, so he was no match for Su Xiaolan's powerful attacks. He had no choice but to swallow a few more mouthfuls, and he almost lost his soul. He knew that he was going to die, and he opened his eyes with grief and indignation. Ah, and Lin, you're awake. Su Xiaolan smiled, and Lin was on the brink of a mental breakdown. Xiaolan, I really didn't do anything against my conscience. The Great Empress and the 9-colored divine vermilion bird are all just misunderstandings. Su Xiaolan blinked with confusion. What are you talking about? Why are you suddenly bringing them into this? And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this before falling silent. Misunderstandings? No, things definitely weren't that simple. Moments later, a familiar burst of pain erupted from his abdomen before instantly spreading throughout his entire body. And Lin, all right, it was still the same old trick. A cruel smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Hee hee, and Lin, are you all right? And Lin looked at Su Xiaolan expressionlessly. Tell me, who is it this time? Do you think I don't know what happened between you and Lan Xiaoni? Who would have thought that you wouldn't even spare a single fish? A fickle, heartless, and disloyal man like you deserves to be destroyed by heaven and earth. Die! Su Xiaolan yelled, and Lin dead. The world fell into darkness again. In his murky state of consciousness, a familiar voice sounded again. And Lin opened his eyes to look at the familiar woman before him. The candlelight flickered, illuminating the woman's elegant brows, her bright eyes, her delicate lips, and her face that was filled with concern. Xiaolan! And Lin sat up in shock. He hugged the woman in front of him tightly and said affectionately, I love you! Su Xiaolan was bewildered by the scene in front of her. After a while, she hugged Lin and said with a smile, and I love you too. And Lin rejoiced in his heart. He had finally broken through this hurdle. This move of heaven and earth great shift was a roundabout way to save the country. Through the two of them expressing their intentions, it successfully diverted Su Xiaolan's attention. Wonderful. And Lin, you're badly injured. It's time for you to take your medicine. Su Xiaolan's smile remained unchanged. And Lin, Xiaolan, I really do love you, and Lin said solemnly. Su Xiaolan replied softly, yes, so and Lin, it's time for you to take your medicine. And Lin was about to have a mental breakdown. He had already expressed his feelings. So why did she still want to kill him? This didn't make sense. At this moment, Su Xiaolan had already handed over a bowl of spirit medicine with a dainty smile on her face, and Lin reached out to receive the spirit medicine, and he had only just received it when he casually tossed it onto the ground. Bam! The bowl shattered, and the medicine spilled all over the ground. An apologetic expression appeared on Lin's face. Oh no, my hand slipped. I'm sorry. Su Xiaolan faltered slightly, as if she hadn't expected something like this to happen. However, a smile soon appeared on her face again. I see. It's all right. I'll make you another bowl. No need, no need. I'll be fine after a nap, and Lin said anxiously. No need. Su Xiaolan paused momentarily before walking into the kitchen, and Lin panicked. I already said no need. I don't want to take medicine. You don't need to take medicine. Su Xiaolan's voice sounded from the kitchen. I'll make you something to nourish your body. And Lin finally heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Immediately afterward, he saw Su Xiaolan walk out of the kitchen with a bright hatchet in her hand. The sharp blade was still reflecting an astonishing cold light, and Lin's eyes widened. This, Xiaolan, why did you bring a hatchet out? Su Xiaolan tilted her head. To cook. To cook? Why did you bring a hatchet out? And Lin was astonished. Oh, because the dish I'm cooking is a famous dish from the celestial court, Su Xiaolan said with a dainty smile. And Lin gulped. What famous dish? Crispy and fragrant braised super pork trotters, Su Xiaolan said. So, go cook in the kitchen. Why are you waving a hatchet in front of me? And Lin's lips twitched. Su Xiaolan smiled. Men are all big pig trotters. I'm here to collect ingredients. And Lin, no. Know why? I love you, Xiaolan. And Lin was in despair as he struggled with all his might. You still have the nerve to ask me why. Su Xiaolan gritted her teeth. You love me, but you love other people too. Why didn't you say that when you were being lovey-dovey with Xianyuan-chang? You're really something. I never thought that I would be cuckolded by a man. Su Xiaolan was furious, and Lin was confused. Wait, did you say Big Brother Ching? Fickle, heartless, and disloyal men like you deserve to be destroyed by the heavens. Die! Su Xiaolan roared as she swung her hatchet toward Lin. Wait, Su Xiaolan, you've gone too far. And Lin was also enraged. Anyone could be insulted, but he and Big Brother Ching were not allowed to be insulted. Su Xiaolan didn't seem to hear him at all. She chuckled coldly as she swung the hatchet toward Lin. Splat! Blood splattered everywhere. The world was dyed red, and Lin was dead, amidst a sea of chaos and darkness. A gentle and familiar voice sounded once again. And Lin, and Lin, and Lin knew that this wasn't an illusion, nor was it a nightmare. This was an extremely realistic hell. The terrifying memory of having his body torn apart by the hatchet was deeply imprinted in his mind. The excruciating pain was still spreading throughout his entire body. It wanted the person you loved the most to kill you over and over again. You had to endure both physical and mental torture over and over again in an endless cycle. This was the most vicious torture. And Lin, you're awake. It's time to drink your medicine. Su Xiaolan's smile was still as gentle as ever. Xiaolan, I love you. And Lin said with a serious expression. I know. Here, drink your medicine, Su Xiaolan said with a smile. And Lin was in despair. Su Xiaolan wasn't even going to say, I love you too this time. Xiaolan, why don't you say you love me too? And Lin was unwilling to give up. Su Xiaolan's smile remained unchanged. I've said it before. If there are any changes in the future, I'll let you know. And Lin, how could there be such a simple answer? Xiaolan, I just want to say that I love you. Even if you give me poison, I'll drink it willingly. And Lin said with a serious expression. Su Xiaolan's hand trembled slightly, and the spirit medicine in the bowl rippled. And Lin looked at Su Xiaolan. Then, I'll drink it. Su Xiaolan didn't say anything. Then, I'll really drink it. And Lin asked again. Just drink it. What are you waiting for? Su Xiaolan placed the bowl next to Lin's mouth and gulped down the medicine. Gulp, gulp, and Lin was forced to drink all of the medicine in the bowl. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then the pain spread throughout his entire body, as if his body was going to be torn apart. Su Xiaolan's face was covered in tears as she caressed Lin's face. Thank you for loving me so much. Even if it's poison, you're willing to drink it willingly. But I'm officially informing you that I don't love you anymore, and Lin. Which eye of yours saw me willingly drink it? And Lin was indignant. Why? Su Xiaolan's expression suddenly crumbled. You sleep with Dabai every day. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. And Lin. This was too insulting. Dabai was a dog. And a male dog. Fickle, heartless, and abandoning men like you deserve to be destroyed by heaven and earth. Go to hell. Su Xiaolan roared as a slap landed on Lin's face. Slap. And Lin died, in a stretch of darkness. And Lin, a gentle female voice sounded in his ear. Don't sleep anymore. It's time to get up and drink your medicine. Just like that, and Lin fell into an inescapable cycle of reincarnation. In this world, he was being killed by the person he loved the most. Blow after blow, bone-deep pain after bone-piercing pain. There seemed to be no end to all of this. Chapter 1446. On the border of the opposite shore realm. A cruel smile appeared on the Snow Maiden's face, which was as translucent as golden jade. I'm so happy to see all of you in pain. It's so hilarious to see all of you wailing in agony and crying. The heavenly time god closed her eyes and murmured to herself, but she didn't bother to disguise the sinister smile on her face. No one was looking anyway, so it didn't matter how perverted her smile was. and Lin, the celestial arch, and the 100 million snow maidens she had subdued were all in agony after reincarnation, and she was finally able to rest easy. As she savored the taste, she opened her eyes that were as clear as gemstones. The heavenly time god turned toward the south with a smile on her face. The snow maidens have been destroyed, and the human race is my next target. The celestial arch has already been subdued by me. So who else can pose a threat to me? But even if it's just killing an ant, it takes time and strength. How troublesome, she murmured to herself as she slowly walked forward. Her body became more and more insubstantial, and she was about to undergo spatial travel. Slap! At this moment, a hand suddenly pressed down on her shoulder. The heavenly time god's body shuddered, and an extremely dangerous feeling surged through her entire body. Who are you? She didn't turn around in fear of provoking the being behind her. I'm the human ant that you're going to crush. The being behind her spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. The heavenly time god instantly became very nervous. Her instincts were right. The being behind her was indeed giving her a very dangerous feeling, just like in Lin, who had been sucked into the 1,000-year sword. No, he was even more dangerous than in Lin in her nervousness. She became even more determined to destroy the entire human race. One human being after another who posed a threat to her did not deserve to exist in this world. It was even time for her to reconsider her proposal to completely wipe out the entire world. In the end, the heavenly time god still turned around to look at the human before her. This was a young cultivator in a coarse linen robe. His skin was fair, and his features were delicate and handsome. His eyes were especially bright and energetic, but his expression was a little colder as he looked at her. Who are you? The heavenly time god asked. Chun Chin. The young man smiled. The second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, Chin Chin. The heavenly time god smiled. Heaven-crushing sect? What a stupid name. What an arrogant and ignorant gang. Whether it's broken or not, you'll find out in the future. Chun Chin wasn't angry. After a short while, he shook his head and said with a hint of pity, You could have died a little later. You made a mistake by putting someone in danger. He's the third heavenly disciple of our heaven-crushing sect. The heavenly time god wasn't interested in Chun Chen's **T, but she couldn't help but ask, Who is it? It's him. Chun Chin smiled as he extended a hand toward the heavenly time god. That hand clearly wasn't affecting anything between heaven and earth, but it was expanding infinitely in the heavenly time god's field of vision, obscuring the entire heavens. In the end, it was as if it were going to grasp the entire heaven and earth in its hand. The heavenly time god's expression shifted drastically, and she hurtled back in retreat. At the same time, a huge amount of golden light turned into a circle and enveloped his body. That was the power of time decay. Any energy that entered the range of her halo would be annihilated into nothingness by the power of time. I'm as insignificant as a speck of dust, so why should I fear the passage of time? Chun Chin spoke in an indifferent voice. As he spoke, his body had already charged into the halo of time decay and appeared right before the heavenly time god. The heavenly time god's pupils contracted. The power of time decay was completely ineffective against him. Heaven-crushing technique, palm heaven. Chun Chen's hand reached toward the heavenly time god's chest, and his 5 fingers were imbued with the power of 5 different elements, as well as the power of destruction and rebirth in his palm. The heavenly time god wanted to evade, but there was nowhere to evade. It was as if she couldn't evade Chun Chen's palm no matter where she hid. Bam! Chun Chen's palm fell upon the heavenly time god's chest, and he seemed to have grabbed onto something before pulling it out. In the beginning, it was only an oval ball of light. Soon, countless balls of light began to appear, and they began to peel away at a faster and faster rate. In the end, a golden light engulfed the entire earth. Time flew by. One snow maiden after another appeared on the ground. They were either wailing with anguish or weeping with anguish. Meng Ji, Shangguan Yi, the Snow Maiden Emperors, and the Celestial Darch also appeared one after another. On top of a building not far away, a tall and slender woman in a rainbow-colored imperial robe with peerlessly beautiful features and beautiful dragon horns hugged a white, furry ball in her arms as she looked in Chen Chen's direction with an envious expression. What a powerful technique! Is this the heaven-crushing technique that I'm supposed to learn? The white ball flapped its little wings with excitement on its face. A single heaven and earth reversal technique is able to play with heaven and earth in the palm of his hand. How majestic! This is what it means to be the most powerful being in the entire world. Is he the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect? Ah, I'm already head over heels in love with him, and I wish I could die. All of a sudden, the white ball's expression froze, and its voice came to an abrupt halt, as if it had seen something extremely incredible. How could this be? My 1,000-year sword was broken by you? The heavenly time god stared the man before her with incredulity on her face. Chen Chen's expression remained calm as a golden ball of light shattered in his palm. A person slowly revealed their true form and appeared in front of him. A rare hint of arrogance appeared in Chen's voice. He is the third heavenly disciple of my heaven-crushing sect. I followed the aura of the finger of the heavenly Tao here to save him. The heavenly time god came to a sudden realization upon seeing the man. That's right, this man was indeed the most dazzling living being among the human race. It was understandable that Chen Chen had come to save him. That was because this man was none other than Enlin. Chen Chen didn't even get a chance to say anything before Enlin abruptly threw his arms around Chen Chen and held with tears. Wah, I was wrong, Xiaolan. I'm a fickle and unfaithful man. I should be destroyed by the heavens. Can you forgive me? Sob, sob, sob. Enlin wiped his tears and snot onto Chen's linen clothes. The heavenly time god's mouth gaped open slightly as she stared at the scenes unfolding before her eyes. Chen Chen looked at Enlin expressionlessly, and he suddenly regretted his decision to save Enlin. He was saving the third heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, not this nut job. This was way 2F** king, humiliating. Enlin suddenly felt like something was wrong as he sobbed and sobbed. How could Xiaolan's clothes be so coarse? And her body wasn't that hard either. He raised his head to discover a man looking at him with a cold expression. Holy F***ck. Who the F***ck are you? And Lin was given a massive fright, and he immediately pushed Chin Chin away. He focused his gaze and was elated. It's you, Chin Chin? If I hadn't come, you would have continued to be a fickle, heartless, and disloyal man, Chin Chin said expressionlessly. An awkward expression appeared on Enlin's face. He looked around at the vast environment around him, and he fell into a daze again at the sight of all types of intricately carved ice castles. It was as if a very long time had passed, as if a lifetime had passed. I'm back. I'm finally back. And Lin wept tears of joy. Chapter 1447. No one knew what Enlin had experienced. He was the only one who knew how he had survived this period of time. He had reincarnated again and again, and he had been killed again and again. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. And Lin swore that even if hell existed in the mortal world, it definitely wouldn't be this terrifying. If Chun Chin had arrived any later, perhaps Enlin would have already gone insane by the time he had rescued him. At the top of a palace stood the great empress of the evil dragon tribe. The white ball of fur in her arms was no longer able to remain calm. Master? The white ball of fur spoke with incredulity. Never would it have thought that it would encounter its master under such circumstances. The ancient dragon empress, the new Tao integration stage, super mighty figure, and the fourth heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect, was also staring blankly at the white-robed man in the distance. She knew that Chun Chin had come out of seclusion to rescue the legendary third heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect. The heaven-crushing sect had invited him several times, but he had always refused. Even so, the heaven-crushing sect still reserved the position of third heavenly disciple for him. It was also because of that mysterious being that she had joined the heaven-crushing sect that she had to settle for a mysterious being who had never joined the heaven-crushing sect before. The ancient dragon empress often wondered just what kind of supremely talented prodigy could be so highly regarded by the supreme mighty figures of the heaven-crushing sect. She was very much looking forward to meeting the legendary third heavenly disciple. Who would have thought that she would actually meet the third heavenly disciple today? Not only that, but it was also someone she had seen before. So it's you, the turtle cultivator. The ancient dragon empress almost threw up a mouthful of blood. Wasn't this the cultivator who had been hiding in his turtle shell during their battle in the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm? My God, he's the third heavenly disciple. The ancient dragon empress was struck by the absurdity of this world. To think that she had looked up to him in the past. Wasn't this a little too much of a contrast? However, the ancient dragon empress wasn't a shallow person, and she wouldn't look down on Enlin just because of this. Enlin definitely had some outstanding qualities to be able to catch the attention of the two heavenly disciples. The ancient dragon empress was still looking on intently. She was then greeted by the sight of Enlin wailing with Chen Chen in his arms, wiping away his tears and snot. The scene was so beautiful that the ancient dragon empress couldn't bear to look at it. All of the snow maidens who had been trapped by the 1,000-year sword returned to their temporary abode. They had also gradually regained their senses, and they were struck by the sight of the man who had suddenly appeared before the heavenly time god. Did he save us? He's also a human. All of the snow maidens wore complex expressions as they looked at the youth in linen garments. Senior Chin Chin, thank you for saving me. And Lin said gratefully, You're welcome. Resisting the representatives of the heavenly Tao has always been our responsibility, Chen Chin said with a smile. And Lin faltered upon hearing this. Isn't it your responsibility to crush the heavens? The representatives of the heavenly Tao are also a part of the heavens, Chen Chin patiently explained. And Lin was enlightened. Not far away, the celestial Darch looked at Chen Chin cautiously. The heaven-crushing sect and the heaven-mending sect were two opposing sects to begin with. Now that the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect had appeared here, he couldn't help but be on his guard. A friendly smile appeared on Chen Chen's face upon seeing the celestial Darch. Now, do you know how useless you are? The celestial Darch. Our heaven-crushing sect is the true professional when it comes to fighting the heavens. Chen Chen didn't look at the celestial Thearch's expression. Instead, he turned to Enlin and spoke in a gentle voice. The finger of the heavenly Tao shouldn't be used like that. If you unleash it without restraint, your body will easily collapse. Then how should I use it? Enlin asked. In all honesty, the finger of the heavenly Tao was extremely powerful. However, there was one thing that gave him the biggest headache, and that was the after effects of using it. A warm smile appeared on Chen Chen's face. Do you want to learn? Join the heaven-crushing sect, and I'll teach you. And Lin. No. Chen Chen wasn't angered by this. All right, then I'll still teach you. I just so happen to have some material here. He turned toward the golden snow maidens as he spoke. The heavenly time god immediately turned around and transformed into a streak of light in an attempt to escape. Let me teach you how to fight the heavens first. Chen Chen spoke with a smile as his body abruptly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, he had already appeared directly above the streak of light. He put his hands together, and a black vortex appeared behind him, as if it could suck in all things. If you want to escape as a streak of light, then I'll give you a black hole that can suck in even light. Heaven-crushing technique. Dark Tao child. The black vortex suddenly exploded. Heaven and earth abruptly dimmed. Everything in this world was reduced to nothingness. In that instant, Enlil felt as if even his consciousness was about to be sucked away. The heavenly time god scream erupted from Chun Chen's direction. The streak of golden light was like a shirt that was relentlessly torn apart by the darkness. Soon, the golden light revealed her true form, which was the heavenly time god in the form of a golden snow maiden. Chun Chin appeared before the heavenly time god, and his fist was enshrouded in golden light as it expanded in her field of vision. Heaven-crushing technique. Fist of the heavenly Tao. Bam! An earth-shattering explosion erupted. The heavenly time god was punched into the ground, and the earth tremored violently. Chun Chin turned to Enlil. When using heaven-crushing techniques, you have to know how to control and unleash them at will. You have to suppress the power of the technique and strike with the most precision. If you unleash all of your power in one go, not only will it be detrimental to your own body, but it'll also be difficult for you to continue to inflict damage on your enemy. The heavenly time god lay in a massive crater, and another crack sounded as another crack appeared on her divine halo. She was about to go insane. Ah, my Xiao Huan Huan. The 3 cracks on her divine halo became 4. Chen's brows furrowed. Xiao Huan Huan? What kind of disgusting name is that? He stepped forward and flashed toward the heavenly time god again. Heaven-crushing technique. Kick of the heavenly Tao. Chen's foot seemed to have transcended space and time, and it instantly reached the heavenly time god's lower abdomen, upon which her petite body was kicked into the shape of a bow. Bam! Another earth-shattering explosion erupted. The heavenly time god was kicked back tens of thousands of meters, and a 5th crack appeared on her divine halo. Chun Chin continued to press his advantage. Die! A ferocious expression appeared on the heavenly time god's face, and the light from her divine halo suddenly became as dazzling as the sun as she unleashed a palm toward Chun Chin. The power of time that had been tempered by countless years swept toward Chun Chin like a tsunami. Everything in the wake of the palm was reduced to extremely minuscule specks of dust. Time dust! Chun Chin could sense an extremely dense power of time within this attack. Anyone who fell into the heavenly time god's power would be subjected to the power of time. He didn't dare to underestimate his opponent, and he unleashed his fist of the heavenly Tao to clash with the heavenly time god's palm. Boom! The 2 attacks collided at the same time, and heaven and earth exploded. At the center of the collision, space twisted and shattered. Time fell into chaos, and all things were destroyed, as if heaven and earth were returning to primal chaos. Even the earth was cracked open for several hundred kilometers by the shock waves, and Lin's heart was pounding with fear. Was this what Chun Chin meant by using a heaven-crushing technique to suppress his own power? This world was about to be destroyed by him. Just as he was feeling astonished, the system in his mind suddenly began to flash violently. Chapter 1448. The system, which had been idle all this time, actually lit up at this moment, and Lin's heart jolted with shock, and he immediately injected his consciousness into his system. All of a sudden, an extremely dazzling light almost blinded him. A string of information flowed into his mind in a frenzy, threatening to make his head explode. Ah! And Lin let loose an anguished wail as he clutched his head in agony. The Celestial Arch, the Great Empress, Shangguan Yi, and the others instantly arrived beside Enlil. Mr. Enlil, are you all right? What's wrong? Everyone stared at Enlil with confusion and concern on their faces. They had injected their power into Enlin's body, but aside from the fact that his body was extremely feeble, they didn't discover any other abnormalities. Only Enlil knew that he was having such a headache because the spell techniques and true intent that the system had absorbed were far too powerful for him to handle. Heaven-crushing technique 2, foot of the heavenly Tao, a kick imbued with the essential great Tao of heaven and earth. Initial mastery allows one to shatter space. Phenomenal mastery allows one to sink entire continents and send anything flying Heaven-Crushing Technique 3, Fist of the Heavenly Tao, a punch imbued with the essential great Tao of heaven and earth. Initial mastery allows one to shatter space and destroy all things. Heaven-Crushing Technique 8, Tao of Darkness, a punch imbued with the essential power of darkness. Initial mastery allows one to shatter space and destroy all things. Under normal circumstances, the system would only awaken one cultivation method at a time. However, it was as if he had opened a series of treasure chests. The system had instantly imparted many spell techniques to him, all of which were extremely powerful. How could Lin accept this? Every time Chin Chin used a new heaven-crushing technique, it would be recorded and analyzed by the system before being imparted to Enlin. Chin Chin was most likely aware of this, as he had witnessed the entire process of Enlin secretly learning from Enlin during the free-for-all battle, and he knew that Enlin had the ability to instantly master a technique. This meant that Chin Chin was doing this on purpose. During this battle against the Heavenly Time God, he was truly trying to teach Enlin how to battle the heavens. Furthermore, he was teaching him step by step, without any reservations. That's right, this was the Heaven-Crushing Sect's generous gift pack for heaven-crushing techniques. And Lin was on the verge of breaking down. He had no choice but to accept such a huge gift. But to be honest, he actually didn't want to accept these spells. After all, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. If others were to give you all kinds of heaven-defying moves, shouldn't you do something? And Lin just wanted to be a salted fish. Right at this moment, Chun Chin and the Heavenly Time God had already separated. The clash between the two seemed to have ended in a draw. Chun Chen's right hand was a little shriveled and aged. As for the Heavenly Time God, her palm had already been shattered into specks of light. The Heavenly Time God chuckled coldly. Time reversal. The specks of light converged, forming a complete palm once again. She was slender and extremely agile. She looked at Chen Chun with a smug expression, as if to say, I have unlimited regenerative abilities. How are you going to fight me? Kacha! A crisp crack suddenly erupted. The Heavenly Time God's expression gradually congealed, and she rolled her eyes as if she wanted to see her divine halo. A sixth crack began to appear on her divine halo. The divine halo, which had originally appeared to be extremely intricate and holy, was now riddled with cracks, as if it were a piece of jade that was about to shatter. Ah, my. The Heavenly Time God seemed to have been severely traumatized, and she couldn't even speak properly. At this moment, Chen Chin had already appeared before the Heavenly Time God again. In the sky above, dark clouds suddenly surged, and a golden light broke through the very center of the vortex. There seemed to be a boundless sea of light within the golden light. However, this was actually the light of a divine weapon. The divine weapon fell from the sky and landed in Chen Chen's hand. This was a sword that was as dazzling as gold and as smooth as a mirror, reflecting heaven and earth. 9 mysterious ancient spell formations formed a series of halos of light that revolved around the blade of the sword. Each of the halos was imbued with earth-shattering might, and the 9 halos combined to create a peerless divine might. This is the final attack. Heaven-crushing technique, sword of the heavenly Tao. Chun Chun wielded his devastating longsword, and the Heavenly Time God's body began to crack open like a spiderweb as her sword intent swept forth. I won't be able to block this sword strike. A cruel smile appeared on the Heavenly Time God's face. But I don't need to. She took off the divine halo from her head and swallowed it. Chun Chen was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding, and he immediately slashed his sword toward the Heavenly Time God. Let's die together. Let's fall into the endless cycle of time and die billions of times. The Heavenly Time God let loose a final roar like a wild beast, and her entire body self-detonated before Chin Chen's sword of the Heavenly Tao had even landed. Boom! All of a sudden, heaven and earth tremored violently. A massive amount of light soared into the sky. It was imbued with unfathomable power of time, and it flowed into the heavens like a stream of water. Senior student Chen Chen and Lin let loose a panicked yell at the sight of the pillar of light that had instantly engulfed Chin Chin. However, he was only worried about Chen Chin for a short while before he began to worry about himself. This was because he discovered that the pillar of light was expanding outward. Run! And Lin yelled. The celestial Darch reacted the quickest, and he sprinted for 50 kilometers with Lin in his arms. The great empress, Meng Ji, and Shangguan followed closely behind him. However, the pillar of light was expanding far faster than they had imagined, and it caught up to them in the blink of an eye before engulfing them. Chen Chen! Master! On a crystal palace, the ancient dragon empress and Shui Zhantian yelled at the same time. The snow maidens in the distance also yelled the great empress and Shangguan Yi's names. After the pillar of light expanded to its limit, it began to slowly shrink until it became a speck of light that disappeared between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, an indistinct burst of power returned to heaven and earth. The sky was still the same sky, but it was a little different. Everyone turned their attention back to where they had been. Chan Chen and Lin, the celestial Darch, and even the great empress, Shangguan Yi and Meng Ji were nowhere to be seen. It was as if they had never existed in the first place. Master! Shui Zhantian stared blankly at the empty battlefield, and tears finally began to flow from his eyes as he recalled the heavenly time god's threat to perish together with Lin. Wah! Master! How could you die like this? You died at such a young age. Wah! The ancient dragon empress was also in a daze. The second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect had died. Just like that? He had been fighting with ease during the battle, so how could he have died? Chapter 1449. The battle finally drew to a conclusion. The death timer in the minds of all the snow maidens disappeared. It had disappeared along with the heavenly time god's death. However, the snow maidens couldn't bring themselves to rejoice. And Lin had died, their great empress had died, and their beloved high priestess Mengji and Shangguan Yi had died. Oh, the celestial Darch had also died. The heavenly time god had taken all the important people with her when she perished. All of the snow maidens fell into an irrepressible silence and grief. Yan Hua stood on the shattered ground and raised her head. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked up at the empty space in front of her. And Lin, come back. You still have the inheritance of the snow maidens. Her voice reverberated through the air, but no one responded. Tears streamed down her face. If you don't come back, I'm going to break my promise. However, the only response she received was a frosty gust of wind. All of the snow maidens looked up at the holy palace leader with grief on their faces. By the way, why did palace leader Yan Hua call for Lin instead of our great empress? One of the snow maidens suddenly asked. All of the snow maidens. An older snow maiden stepped forward. That's because Lin isn't a member of our snow maiden tribe, but he still stood up and sacrificed his life to save us. He is the hero of our tribe, and we should always respect him and remember him. All of the snow maidens were instantly filled with deep veneration upon hearing this. The snow maiden who had questioned Yan Hua was also extremely ashamed, and tears welled up in her eyes. I was wrong. I shouldn't have misunderstood palace leader Yan Hua. Sect leader Lin, I'm so sorry, Hua. At this moment, Rogu, Su Jingxiang, and the other palace leaders also made their way over to Yan Hua to console her. Yan Hua was usually very stubborn, but she was now sobbing her heart out. They'll definitely come back, right? Just like how they were sucked into the 1,000-year sword. Someone will be able to break through it and save them, right? That's right, Sister Hua, don't be sad. Su Jingxiang spoke with a sympathetic expression. They all knew that the 1,000-year sword was only a technique, and it was not something that the heavenly time god's self-detonation could compare with. Right now, Lin and the others might be trapped somewhere else, but they might have already been blown to smithereens. However, whether he was dead or alive, he wanted to see his corpse. Perhaps Yan Hua's speculation could also become the hope of the crowd. The impact of the incident was still fermenting. Within the imperial palace of the celestial court, the jade tablet of the celestial sovereign suddenly cracked, and the 4 sovereigns were shocked. For 9 immortal sect. Little Tian, you're finally back. And Lin said he was going to look for you. Didn't he come back with you? Su Xiaolan smiled brightly when she saw the snowball in front of her in the flame pavilion. Wah! Su Xiaolan, Master is dead. Xue Zhantian sobbed into Su Xiaolan's arms. Su Xiaolan faltered slightly before stroking Xue Zhantian's soft, white fur with a smile. Don't joke around. And Lin is the most prodigious man in this world. Even the heavens couldn't do anything to him during that battle with the heavenly wind god, so how could he have died? This is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. His opponent was a heavenly time god, and it self-detonated in the end. Not only Master, but even the celestial Darch and the great Empress. Xue Zhantian didn't even get a chance to finish a sentence before his body was blasted through the roof of the flame pavilion like a cannonball. Only Su Xiaolan's enraged roar reverberated throughout heaven and earth. I'm not listening. F***CK off. News of the celestial Thearcha's death and Enlin's death couldn't be kept a secret. They had to hold funerals for the great Empress, Mengji and Shangguan Yi. The Snow Maidens held lavish funerals for the great Empress, Mengji and Shangguan Yi. At the same time, they also held lavish funerals for the celestial Darch, Enlin and Qinchin. The news of the funerals created a massive stir across the entire Tai Chu continent. This was a monumental event that only happened once in 10,000 years, and the repercussions it brought were even more earth-shattering. Some people didn't believe it. Some people wept tears of anguish, and some people lived in fear. It was quite clear that if this was true, then it would be an extremely heavy blow to the human race and the Snow Maidens. The Heavenly Court and the 4-9 Immortal Sect had both chosen to remain silent. Thus, many living beings were still in disbelief that the supremely talented prodigy, who had risen to prominence in just a few short years and was renowned across the entire continent, as well as the monarch who had ruled over the kingdom of the 9 states for countless years, would fall just like that. However, all of this was confirmed a month later. A month later, the Celestial Court announced that they would hold a funeral for the Celestial Darch, and the Celestial Court wore God and Lin. The entire world was shaken by this announcement. The Celestial Court officially confirmed the deaths of the Celestial Darch and Enlin, and this news created a massive stir across the entire Tai Chu continent. Countless mighty figures came from all over the continent to offer their condolences. There were representatives from the Hall of Creation, the Western Paradise, the Holy Paradise, the Dragon Court, the Opposite Shore Realm, the Spirit Lake Realm, the Southern Heavenly Wing Nation, and other powers. However, the West Sea Alliance and the 4-9 Immortal Sect didn't send a single representative. The 4-9 Immortal Sect refused to admit that their sect leader had perished. The world merely thought that they couldn't accept the fact that their sect leader had perished, so they didn't really care. Not long after that, all of the higher-ups of the Snow Maiden race announced that the entire Snow Maiden race would submit to the 4-9 Immortal Sect and would listen to their commands. This announcement created another massive stir across the entire continent. The repercussions of this event were still brewing, and it would most likely be difficult to quell in a short time. Many living beings were merely astonished by the deaths of a few mighty figures. However, the super mighty figures who truly stood at the pinnacle of the continent had already sensed lethal danger from this event. Within a vast expanse of darkness, after what seemed like an eternity, all of a sudden, a gentle voice sounded. And Lin, his consciousness slowly returned. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning upon hearing this familiar voice, and he immediately sprang up. I don't want to drink the medicine. I don't want to drink the medicine. Bam! Ow! and Lin felt as if he had bumped his head into something and it hurt a little. He immediately opened his eyes, and his vision gradually cleared, only to discover that Shangguan Yi was holding her intricate nose with her hand as she looked at him with an aggrieved expression. I'm sorry. And Lin only now realized that he had sprang up too suddenly, and he had bumped Shangguan Yi's nose. It's all right. Shangguan Yi rubbed her nose as she turned toward Lin. Why did you yell at me that I don't want to drink the medicine? An awkward smile appeared on Lin's face upon hearing this. It's nothing. I just had a nightmare. He looked at Shangguan Yi's extremely beautiful features, and memories flooded back to him like a tidal wave. He recalled the perilous battle that the heavenly time god had endured, as well as how she had been forced to self-detonate in the end. He was a little elated. Who would have thought that we would still be alive? Actually, we're not much better off than dead. Look around, Shangguan Yi said. And Lin looked around, and his pupils contracted as an expression of shock appeared on his face. Holy F***CK! What is this place? Chapter 1450. And Lin discovered that he was situated in an extremely peculiar space. This space was a vast expanse of pure golden color, and it appeared to be boundless. The ground was also golden in color, but he didn't know what material it was made of, but it was very soft and warm. A golden river surged in front of them, and they didn't know where it ended. Just looking at these images was actually quite a good idea. However, that river struck fear into Lin's heart. What was reflected in the river was not his face, but countless images. Those images were extremely terrifying, and they were tortures that the world did not dare to imagine. For example, insect eggs were implanted into one's body, which would constantly absorb nutrients from the host. The host's body would decay day by day, and their flesh would be devoured by the insects that hatched from the eggs. In the end, not even the bones would be left, and all of the living beings in the images would wail in anguish and despair. Above the river, there were many similar tortures, and even more terrifying tortures were innumerable. One after another, different kinds of torture scenes flowed forward like an endless river. Shangguan Yi made her way over to Lin. If it weren't for the fact that Chun used a spell technique to teleport us to the shore before we fell into the river, perhaps we would have had to experience all of the tortures on the river. And Lin's flesh crawled upon hearing this. Any one of the tortures on the river would be a fate worse than death. But he had almost had to experience all of them. He looked at the surging river with a dark expression. There's no F***king end to this. Endless torture. It's simply the most terrifying hell in the world. Perhaps the heavenly time God placed all of the cruel tortures she had seen on this river. Shangguan Yi was also feeling a little fearful after witnessing this scene. So cruel. She said before she died that she was going to make us fall into an endless cycle of time and die billions of times. Who would have thought that we would die like this? And Lin sighed with emotion. He suddenly felt like Su Xiaolan's punishment of feeding him poison was like a dream come true. It had to be said that the heavenly time god's self-detonation was nowhere near as powerful as the 1,000-year sword. And Lin suddenly recalled that Chun was able to defend against the heavenly time god's self-detonation and save them in the process. Wasn't that even more bad **SS? By the way, where is Chin? And Lin asked. Shangguan Yi pointed a finger toward the river. He's in the river. And Lin was shocked. Then his eyes reddened, and he almost burst into tears. He sobbed. Who would have thought that Senior Chin would sacrifice himself in order to save us? He even had to endure such terrifying pain. What are you thinking about? Shangguan Yi rolled her eyes at Lin. Chun must have gone into the river to find his way back. Perhaps he can find a way back in the river of time. He'll be fine, right? Does it hurt? And Lin asked worriedly. A smile appeared on Shangguan Yi's face. Your senior, Chin is very powerful. He has a special way to keep the river of time at bay. He had already taught the method to the great empress, Mengji and the celestial arch, and all four of them were currently searching the river of time for a way back. I'll stay here to look after you. Everyone's risking their lives to get out of here. And Lin looked around at the vast expanse of golden light around him and realized that he had been trapped in this strange space. He couldn't use his spatial powers here, so he had no sense of direction. The only clue he had was the surging river before him, which was a river that recorded the cruelest torture in this world. Looking at this river for too long would make one dizzy and nauseated, and Lin couldn't take it anymore after looking at it for a while. This was much more thrilling than watching any horror movie. Any one of these scenes could make a normal person lose their soul or make them feel nauseated to the point where they wouldn't be able to eat for days. And Lin found a place to sit down before pulling out a spirit fruit and munching on it. Shangguan also made her way over and sat down beside Lin with a smile on her flawless features. It's very uncomfortable, isn't it? I felt even worse than you when I saw this river before, so I threw up right away. And Lin turned to Shangguan with a hint of surprise on his face, as if he didn't think that the legendary reincarnation of the Ice Matriarch would have such weak resistance. Shangguan Yi's legs were bent over, and her chin was resting on her knees. Her golden eyes, which were filled with a sense of majesty, gradually disappeared, and a hint of vulnerability and melancholy appeared on her face. She spoke in a soft voice. Look at those tortures. Even if I were to exhaust my imagination, I wouldn't be able to come up with anything like that, let alone the living beings that are being tortured. But in the river of time, there are almost no end to these types of tortures. Tell me, why are there so many living beings that are so depraved? And Lin couldn't help but smile upon hearing Shangguan Yi's words. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Can we think of a way to kill all of the bad birds in this forest? Or make sure that the bad birds don't even get a chance to be born? Shangguan continued. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. Why did this sound like the ramblings of a little girl? It was as if she were roaring. All the bad people in this world should die. In this world, where there is good, there is also evil. And Lin thought to himself for a moment before replying, perhaps the reason why bad people exist is to accentuate the greatness of the good. Shangguan was quite amused by Lin's choice of words. Now that she thought about it, it did make sense. If there was black, there would be white. Only when there were dirty things would they accentuate the greatness of the good. There weren't many demonic sects to accentuate the righteous sects, so who would they accentuate the greatness of the righteous sects? However, people didn't like things that were black. Just like how everyone liked cleanliness, no one liked something that was filthy. Actually, I've always wanted to make the snow maidens into living beings that everyone loves. Shangguan looked at Lin and said, It's a pity that even though they're quite beautiful, they're all quite cold and aloof. Just like the aloof goddesses you guys talk about. They're very cold and aloof, and they're very unapproachable to outsiders. As time passed, no other living beings were willing to interact with us. A smile appeared on Lin's face. So it was very rare for me to receive such warm hospitality from all of you? Not just rare, even the great Empress hasn't received such warm hospitality from them. A vibrant smile appeared on Shangguan Yi's face, and Lin couldn't help but reminisce about the warm hospitality he had received from the Snow Maidens. And Lin, a gentle voice sounded beside his ear, and Lin turned around to discover that Shangguan was looking at him with a gentle expression on her face. Her pink lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, and Lin's heart jolted, and his first reaction was, No, Shangguan there's no way we can be together. Xiaolan will force me to drink medicine. And Lin, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. A guilty expression appeared on Shangguan Yi's face, and she lowered her head. And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. Things seemed to be developing in a different direction than he had imagined. I'm the one who dragged you down with me. If it weren't for my request, you wouldn't have encountered so many life-threatening situations. I'm a jinx. It's all my fault. She hugged her bent legs with her arms and buried her head in her arms. She curled her body into a ball and sobbed in a low voice. Whoever meets me will be unlucky. I've tried my best, but whoever meets me will be unlucky. Should I not get close to anyone? Or should I not even exist in this world? And Lin was still in a daze. He looked at the woman who had suddenly burst into tears, and he was at a complete loss for what to do. Chapter 1451. Shangguan Yi's halo of bad luck was not to be trifled with. At the very least, no one in the Vermilion Bird sect dared to deny her halo of bad luck. She was like a bug in the system. Wherever she went, she would be wherever she went. Also, why she was so unlucky was a mystery, and Lin finally came to a realization. He had always been invincible, so why was he suddenly defeated by a heavenly god countless times? Could it be that it had something to do with Sister Shangguan Yi? He looked at Shangguan Yi, who was sobbing uncontrollably like a helpless little girl, and he tossed these speculations to the back of his mind. This was most likely just a coincidence. At the very least, he shouldn't blame Sister Shangguan Yi for this. He should be blaming himself for being too weak. And Lin patted Shangguan Yi's shoulder with a smile. You can actually bring more than just bad luck to others. Good luck and misfortune are intertwined. Shangguan Yi's body shuddered slightly, and she looked up at Lin with a blank expression on her face. Good luck and misfortune are intertwined? When have I ever brought good luck to others? And Lin spoke with a serious expression. Think about it. I encountered bad luck when I entered the Vermilion Bird trial grounds with you. I encountered a black phoenix at the return to Void Pinnacle stage, but I fought to the death and obtained the Vermilion Bird essence, blood, after killing him. That blood was a priceless treasure that indirectly saved Xiaolan and gave her a new lease on life. Do you think your misfortune is intertwined with good luck? If it weren't for the fact that you summoned the Black Phoenix, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the Vermilion Bird Essence blood. Shangguan Yi was a little taken aback upon hearing this. So, I'm the one who summoned the Black Phoenix? And Lin's expression became even more serious. When I'm with you, all of the bad luck I encounter will be on you. Shangguan Yi. And Lin continued at the sight of her aggrieved expression. Of course, all of the good luck I encounter will also be on you. Good luck and misfortune are intertwined after all. Shangguan Yi blinked back the tears in her eyes, and a smile appeared on her face. What a smooth talker! I'm arguing with reason. And Lin continued, as for the Snow Maidens, the heavenly time god wanted to destroy your entire tribe, but I only went to save the Snow Maidens because of you. Didn't the entire Snow Maiden race escape from extinction because of you? Shangguan Yi looked at Lin with a mixture of shame and gratitude. That's because you're a good person. And Lin was caught off guard, but he wasn't surprised by this. After all, he was a very good person to begin with. It's just that I'm a little confused. Normally, the representatives of the Heavenly Tao are thinking about destroying the human race. So why did they start with the Snow Maidens this time? That's because the Snow Maidens are also humans. Shangguan Yi looked up at Lin with her bright black eyes. The Snow Maidens are humans. And Lin's eyes widened in shock. Why are you so shocked? How are the Snow Maidens inhuman? Shangguan Yi pouted with displeasure. They don't have a single man, but they can reproduce normally? You're telling me they're humans? And Lin was incredulous. Shangguan Yi blushed slightly. I was a human in my past life, and I felt like men were disgusting, so I hid in the snow mountains to cultivate. In the end, I attained enlightenment, and not only did I change the essence of life, I also invented a method to reproduce asexually. That's how the Snow Maidens came to be. And Lin's mouth gaped open. He was even more astonished to hear this than when he heard the Snow Maidens were humans. He knew that Shangguan Yi was the ice matriarch in her past life, which meant that not only was she the patriarch of an entire tribe, she had also created an entire tribe. A single person was able to create an entire tribe, and it was a very renowned and powerful tribe on the Tai-Chu continent at that. How terrifying was that? By the way, you said you felt like men were disgusting in your past life, so now. And Lin turned to Shangguan Yi with a curious expression. Of course not now. Shangguan Yi was very nervous in case Lin misunderstood something, so she added, the Ice Matriarch is the Ice Matriarch, and I am Yi. I'm different in this life. And Lin nodded. Shangguan Yi was indeed different in this life. In fact, she was much more pitiful than she was in her past life. A thought suddenly occurred to him. By the way, we're in such dire straits now. Could there be some unexpected rewards here? Shangguan Yi looked around to find nothing but a vast expanse of golden light. It could be said that, aside from the terrifying river, there was nothing else to be found. I don't think so. It's so empty here. What could we possibly find here? And Lin stood up and began to search around. He unleashed his divine sense to find that this space was boundless. He drew his evil-slaying sword and slashed it toward the soft ground, only to find that the evil-slaying sword, which was a divine tool, was unable to leave even the slightest mark on the ground. Wait, this doesn't seem to be material. And Lin slashed the ground with his sword. Even though his sword was obstructed, it didn't feel like he had struck any material object. Shangguan Yi stood up. Chin said that this is a peculiar world constructed from the residual power of the heavenly time god. Due to the heavenly time god's death, this place has become an unconscious space. Due to the nature of the heavenly time god, this place is immortal. And Lin's head throbbed upon hearing this. For normal spell techniques, they would disappear on their own after a certain amount of time had passed. However, this spell technique was being unleashed by a freak. It was already dead, but the spell technique was still immortal. This meant that if Chin and the others couldn't find a way to break out of this peculiar space, they would be trapped here forever. No wonder Shangguan Yi said that they were no different from being dead. After all, there was a very high chance that they were going to suffocate to death here. When Chin and the others come back, I'm going to ask him to teach me how to isolate this river of time. I'm going to search for clues in the river as well. And Lin said with a determined expression, Me too. There's strength in numbers. Shangguan Yi nodded. The two of them looked on from the shore. Soon, ripples began to appear in the river downstream. Chen's body gradually rose to the surface with an extremely exhausted expression. A smile appeared on his face at the sight of Lin's awakening. And Lin, you're awake. How are your injuries? And Lin smiled. It's all thanks to the great Empress Immortal Pill, as well as the time I've spent recuperating, that I've mostly recovered from my injuries. What's the situation now? Chin made his way over to Lin with a disconsolate expression. It's not looking very good. This river is imbued with the worst evil in this world, and the images that appear in the water can be used to descend into the world within the images and be tortured. Seeing as it can lead to a specific world or space, then there should be a clue leading to the Tai-Chu continent within the images, but I haven't been able to find it. Give me the method to enter the river. I'll look for it as well, and Lin said. Chin nodded, and a white light erupted from his fingertip as he pressed a finger onto Lin's forehead. Don't refuse. I'll inject the void body mantra into your body. A short while later, when Lin opened his eyes again, his body had already become a little illusory and indistinct. So that's how it is. I can use this method to eliminate my presence to the greatest extent, thereby making the power of time ignore my existence. And Lin's eyes lit up, and he made his way over to the river and looked at the hellish scene before him before carefully stepping into the river. Chapter 1452. A burst of suction force suddenly erupted from the image on the river of time as it sensed Lin's approach. And Lin's heart jolted with shock. But before he had a chance to do anything, the suction force seemed to have lost its target after making contact with his illusionary body. Impressive. He couldn't help but praise. Chun Chen's power could only be described as unfathomably powerful. He could even use a spell technique that could isolate the heavenly time god's power. Not only that, but he could also mass-produce this spell technique and teach it to others. He had just said that only those with exceptional aptitudes and cultivation bases at the Return to Void stage or above could learn this spell technique, which was quite a high requirement. However, this was definitely an extremely important step for the human race in the fight against the representatives of the heavenly gods. The heaven-crushing sect really did live up to its reputation. Just as Enlin was sighing with emotion, a ding-dong suddenly sounded from his system. His heart jolted upon hearing this. The system had been quite active recently. Was it really not going to issue some kind of scam mission at a time like this? He had already been trapped here for so long. If he continued to torture people, he would really die. And Lin was a little uneasy as he opened the system and looked up. A line of text appeared on his system. Detected that host has come into contact with the essential power of time. Now assigning the following special mission. Enter a certain image on the river of time and experience the power of evil and die once. Mission success. Receive stage 2 of the Een God cultivation method. Mission failure. Become a celestial maiden and Lin forever. And Lin, F*CKU system. Mother F*Ker. Did you hear that? Chun Chin discovered in Lin's strange expression, and he asked in a concerned voice, And Lin, why are you crying? That's right. 2 streams of tears had already flowed down in Lin's face. Life was so difficult, but the system still had to be the straw that broke the camel's back. He slowly withdrew his foot, and his lips trembled as he spoke in a choked voice. If you were given 2 choices, the first would be to enter the image on the river of time and die once. The second would be to become a celestial maiden forever. Which would you choose? Chun Chen's expression shifted drastically. What nonsense are you spouting? Shangguan immediately replied, Of course I choose to become a celestial maiden. And Lin's face darkened. You're a woman, don't talk. Shangguan reluctantly shut her mouth as she turned to look at Enlin with curiosity in her large, bright eyes. Do you have to choose one? Enlin wiped the tears off his face and nodded. Yes. Shangguan, Chun Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked at Enlin and asked hesitantly, Fellow Taoist Enlin, why are you acting so strange? Have you been cursed? Enlin immediately nodded. Yes, I've been cursed. It's a curse called Shitong. Shitong's curse? Chun Chin stroked his chin with a blank expression. But I don't see any traces of a curse on you. And Lin raised his head with a gloomy expression as he looked up at the boundless golden space. Perhaps it's because this curse is too powerful? There should be a way to dispel it or transfer it, but I'm not powerful enough to do that at my current level, and I don't know how long I'm going to be tortured by it. Chun Chin didn't dwell on this topic after seeing that Enlin was in a good state. I feel like gender is just a worldly thing. Compared to going through a terrifying ordeal and coming back from the dead, I don't think becoming a celestial maiden is too much of an issue. He continued to look at Enlin with a cold expression. If you feel like you're not used to becoming a celestial maiden, you can use an immortal spell to transform yourself into a man after you become a celestial maiden. And Lin instantly flared up upon hearing this, and he grabbed onto Chun Chen's collar with an agitated expression. Are you kidding me? My life essence is completely different now. If I become a celestial maiden and then transform into a man, I'll just be lying to myself. Chun Chen's expression remained nonchalant. In my eyes, the only difference between a man and a woman is the way they go to the washroom. And Lin, as expected, this mighty figure was no ordinary person. There was no way he could communicate with him, and Lin took a deep breath. Forget it. I'm not ready to become a celestial maiden yet. I'm not going to become a celestial maiden even if you beat me to death. So, Chun Chin asked. So, and Lin looked at the surging river before him and said, I want to experience the most heinous punishment in this world." Both Chin Chin and Shangguan were struck by a sense of awe upon hearing this. "Mr. and Lin, your curse sure is vicious. To think that it would force you to do something like this." A rare expression of shock appeared on Chen Chen's face. "And Lin, it's all my fault. It's all my fault that you're so unlucky. Wah." Shangguan took the blame for the system and apologized profusely. And Lin was speechless. If he had known this was going to happen, he wouldn't have told her about the system's curse. Well, it was a good way to describe the system as a curse, even though it was very tragic to be screwed over by the system. As long as he didn't die, he would still be able to reap a lot of rewards. With that in mind, he arrived at the edge of the river. "Senior student Chen Chen, I've only entered one of the images in the river. Will I really survive if I die in there?" And Lin asked. Chin Chin nodded upon hearing this. "You probably won't die. After all, the heavenly time god wanted to drag us into this river when she tried to take us down with her. She said that she's going to kill us billions of times, so she's not going to let you off so easily." And Lin's face convulsed upon hearing this. This heavenly time god really is vicious, but this kind of viciousness actually made me feel at ease now. Chin Chin nodded. "You just have to activate the void body mantra that I gave you at the instant of your resurrection, and you'll be able to escape from the river." And Lin heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. In reality, the system definitely wouldn't issue a mission that required certain death, which was why he was so confident in his decision to enter the river. He stood on the shore and looked at the river. All of the heinous punishments in this world flashed before his eyes. If he were to experience any of them in person, they would leave a shadow in his heart for the rest of his life. His biggest problem now was which one to choose. The system wanted him to die once, and he was choosing how he was going to die. And Lin stood on the shore and looked at the river for a full 10 minutes. If there was such a thing as being skinned and having one's tendons pulled out, he would have jumped in a long time ago. The problem was that there wasn't. All of the tortures displayed on the river were thousands of times more terrifying than being skinned and having one's tendons pulled out. All of a sudden, he was greeted by an extremely refreshing and tranquil image. There was sunlight and grass in the image, creating a very refreshing and natural scene. This was a harmonious and natural scene without any torture. Holy F *CK! Did I just win the lottery? And Lin's eyes lit up as he leaped toward the image. "It's you." Chapter 1453. Such a refreshing and natural scene was something that could only be encountered by chance. It rose from the mud, but was not tainted. It was clear and pure, but not demonic. Don't miss this opportunity. Wait for 1,000 years. Countless thoughts flashed through in Lin's mind as he leaped toward that scene. However, there was one thing that didn't change, and that was that he was definitely going to enter this world. The river detected in Lin's advance, and it unleashed the power of time to draw him into the scene. And Lin felt a burst of power enshrouding his entire body, and he was struck by a rush of dizziness as the entire world returned to chaos. Chan Chen jumped into the river and intercepted that section of the River of Time in order to prevent it from getting too far away before waiting for Enlin to return. "Is Enlin going to be all right?" Shangguan, he was a little concerned. "He'll be fine. He'll be able to return after he truly dies in there," Chen Chen replied in an indifferent voice. Shangguan, he was speechless. What the hell was that supposed to mean? However, this scene was indeed very refreshing. Perhaps Enlin would be able to die a happy death? Shangguan thought to herself. The flow of time in the river was very different from here, so Enlin would most likely be able to return very soon. The two of them waited silently on the shore, within a vast expanse of darkness and chaos. His consciousness was slowly returning, and Lin opened his bleary eyes. Warm sunlight shone down upon him, making him feel very warm and comfortable. The sky was blue, the clouds were light, and the breeze was refreshing. My God, is this heaven? And Lin was ecstatic. He had arrived in a brand new world, and he was very excited. He then saw grass that was about as tall as a grown man, as well as extremely massive insects. Wait a minute. Something doesn't seem right. A sense of foreboding suddenly welled up in Lin's heart. He tried to move his body, only to find that his body was rooted to the ground. He looked at the grass next door and saw his own green and tender body reflected in the dew. Then he fell into a long silence. I've become a blade of grass? And Lin almost threw up a mouthful of chloroplasts upon this discovery. Holy F***CK. So the reason why this scene was so refreshing was because he could only be a blade of grass here. What was a blade of grass? Ants in the world of plants. In the ecosphere, they were the most ordinary and lowly creatures, the bottom of the food chain. Just as Lin was about to collapse, he suddenly came to a realization. However, compared to the other tortures in the river scene, being a blade of grass, living an ordinary and boring life did not seem to be a particularly terrible thing. With this thought, Lin immediately felt relieved. That's right, that's great. He liked the way it unfolded. Most importantly, although he was a blade of grass and had no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose, he had all 5 senses. He could enjoy the beautiful natural scenery, feel the cool breeze, feel the warm sunlight, and smell the fragrance of flowers not far away. This kind of life could be considered to be comfortable. Isn't it good to be grass? Nonsense. He was obviously very happy, and Lin was even beginning to understand why Little Red was so lazy. With such a body, it was really easy to become lazy and salted fish. It was all because it was too comfortable. At this moment, a gust of wind blew over. Hoo, ah! And Lin instantly screamed as a tearing pain came from his waist. His old waist was bent by the gust of wind, just like a friend with weak muscles and bones who was forcefully squashed. Right now, he was even more miserable as his body was squashed into a U shape. The gust of wind lasted for a whole hour, and Lin felt that he could not straighten his old waist. He was exhausted both physically and mentally. It seemed that it was not so easy to be a blade of grass, and Lin silently sighed in his heart. At this moment, layers of dark clouds had gathered in the sky. There was nothing wrong with the wind and rain, and Lin suffered a torment. Before he could catch his breath, the sky began to rain. It was good that it rained. He could replenish his water. After being tortured by the wind for so long, was it finally going to give him some benefits? Just like this, the sky began to rain, and it was a rainstorm, and Lin happily absorbed the rainwater. At first, he felt very comfortable, but soon he felt that something was wrong. The rain was actually a rainstorm. When the water filled his body, the rainwater continued to pour onto his body. Gurgle, gurgle! Help, gurgle, gurgle! And Lin struggled to twist his body. He did not want to drink so much water, but the rainstorm covered the whole world. How could he hide even if he wanted to? The rainwater crazily poured into Lin's body, making him feel like he was drowning. The strong feeling of suffocation made him want to die. A huge amount of water supported his body, making him extremely swollen and uncomfortable. Is this the feeling of death? Am I finally going to die? Although it was very painful, and Lin felt that dying like this was not a bad thing. 2 hours later, the rain stopped, and Lin's head was pressed against the ground. He was half dead, but he managed to survive. Mother **her, why am I alive? And Lin did not feel very happy to have his life back. He felt that it was good to end like this, and then leave this world. However, since he was fine, he would live a good life and face the sun every day. The warm sun shone on the earth. This made Lin feel that the sun always came after the storm. But soon he found something wrong again. Damn it! Why is it so hot? He suddenly realized that it seemed to be summer now. The blazing sun scorched the earth. The rainwater on the ground evaporated, and the high temperature made the water vapor somewhat distorted. Not only did it not cool him, but it also made it more stuffy and uncomfortable the next day. This situation became even more terrifying. Because of the lack of water and the increasingly hot sun, and Lin's skin felt like it was being burned by fire. It was burning, and the pain was unbearable. So hot, so thirsty. I'm going to die, I'm really going to die. And Lin's whole body was withered, and the water in his body had been dried up. He felt like he was walking alone in the desert. Not only was he very thirsty, but he was also being roasted by fire. He was like a walking corpse, like a mummy. He was wrong. This punishment of becoming a grass was not happiness at all. It was clearly taking his life. The key was that the vitality of the grass was particularly tenacious. Every time, he was tortured to the point of wandering between life and death. In the end, he did not die and continued to endure the torture in this way, and Lin was broken by the strong wind, suffocated by the heavy rain, burned by the scorching sun. He felt like he was going to die every time. Unfortunately, he couldn't move, couldn't resist, and could only endure silently. He was tortured to the point of hovering between life and death. Day after day, and Lin came to a realization. In the scene of the river, how could there be a real heaven? One should not look at things on the surface. In fact, all the scenes were purgatory. When Enlin thought that this was the limit, something even more terrifying happened. Chapter 1454. Day after day of life and death torture and the threat of nature. And Lin felt that this was painful enough until one day, when he was exposed to the sun. Suddenly, a black ladybug crawled along his body. The stinger pricked his body, making him feel a bit itchy and painful. But that wasn't the main point. It crawled to Enlin's head, suddenly opened its sharp mouth and pierced in. Ah! And Lin screamed in pain, as if his brain had been pierced. The ladybug was still sucking to its heart's content, and Lin's brain was sucked away by the ladybug. After a period of inhumane torture, the ladybug ate its fill and finally flew away. And Lin's brain was already dry, and he continued to be exposed to the sun with a lifeless expression. Although he didn't die, that kind of torture wasn't something a human could endure. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose, and Lin, who had just been visited by the ladybug, was suddenly attacked by an even more ferocious insect. A locust. When the locust passed through, not even a blade of grass would grow. The locust was even more violent than the ladybug as it tore at Enlin's body. And Lin's sharp head was eaten by the locust, and his body also felt like it was being torn apart. He was torn to pieces by the locust. Ravaged. The brutal ravaging of the grass path. The experience of having his body torn apart and then being chewed on was simply terrifying. After the locust ate its fill, it left the scarred little grass behind and flew away in satisfaction. Little Grass Anne's face streamed with tears. He secretly swore that he would never be a little grass again in his next life. It was one thing to be bullied by the terrifying natural environment, but he was also bullied by all kinds of cruel insects. Was there any justice in this world? And Lin grumbled incessantly as he recovered from his injuries. The intense pain accompanied him, but he couldn't die. The torture was far from over. Not only did the insects bully him, but even the various microorganisms wanted to bully him. Some of the microorganisms made him itch all over. Some sucked his nutrients, and some made his body rot. He originally thought that he would only be tortured by nature. Now it seemed that Enlin had been too naive. As the bottom of the food chain, Xiao Qiaowen could be bullied by anyone. Even if the smallest ant wanted to take a bite out of Enlin, it would take a bite out of Enlin. It would even cast a disdainful glance at him from time to time, but he couldn't do anything about it. Since when had the act tough, Wang and experienced such grievances? Even a mere ant could torture him. At this time, Enlin deeply understood that Xiao Cao's life wasn't easy. No wonder there used to be a sign hanging in the park telling people to take care of the flowers and plants and not to step on them. Xiao Cao's life was already so difficult, yet you still want to step on her? Did they have to be so cruel? Did they have to be so inhumane? And Lin felt that he had been tortured to the point that he was a little crazy, and his imagination kept running wild. However, this torture was far from over. The torment of the harsh environment, the biting of various insects, and the erosion of microorganisms continued. And Lin felt that he could die several times a day, but he stubbornly survived. This damned tenacity. After countless days of torment, the seasons changed and autumn came, and Lin gradually aged. His tender green body began to turn yellow, and the pain of aging spread throughout his body. And Lin felt that dying of old age was indeed a very good way to die. Things didn't go as he wished. The land was too dry, and it caught fire. The fire spread all the way. And Lin looked at the raging fire with a look of horror, unable to do anything to resist. A blade of grass, under such a terrifying flame, couldn't do anything but accept its fate. Just like that, and Lin actually experienced the feeling of being burned by a raging fire. Ah, it hurts, help. And Lin screamed hysterically. The flames scorched every inch of his skin and destroyed every cell. This kind of pain was too terrifying, and it wasn't something that a human could endure. The raging fire burned his body, and Lin finally turned into ashes. He thought that everything was going to end. In the end, his consciousness shifted to the ground, where the grass's roots were. And Lin. Was there no end to it? Was there no end to it? And Lin was on the verge of a mental breakdown as he roared. No one answered him. There were only the bugs and microorganisms underground that continued to bully him. He couldn't die yet, so he desperately absorbed the nutrients underground. The wildfire couldn't burn away the grass, and the spring wind blew again. And Lin experienced countless struggles where he was almost frozen to death before sprouting again. He slowly grew taller and tenaciously grew again. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had grown taller. He was even taller than when he was the tallest last year. Not only had he grown taller, but he had also become stronger. Perhaps this was the physique of a blade of grass. The more it was ravaged, the more resilient it became, and the more powerful it could become. And Lin had become more powerful. Now he couldn't be called Little Grassin. Please call him Big Grassin. He was still exposed to the elements and was tortured by all types of living beings. However, none of this could stop his determination to grow stronger. At this moment, Lin also saw hope. Hope for transcendence. What would happen if he continued to grow? Would he become a spirit? Or would he become strong enough to resist all kinds of natural harm? With a goal in mind, Lin worked even harder. Under his indomitable struggle, there was indeed improvement. He was really getting stronger and stronger. Although he would still be bitten all over by the bugs, he had a certain level of resistance to the violent storms and scorching sun. He firmly believed that with his hard work, tomorrow would be better. He was ravaged day by day, but he worked hard to grow day by day. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, year after year. And Lin became more and more outstanding. He felt that he was not far from becoming a spirit. Once he became a spirit, he would torture the bugs that had bullied him in the past 100 or 1,000 times more. He wanted to kill those ants, ladybugs, sticky bugs, locusts, and Lin had already made up his mind. Why had he worked so hard? Wasn't it because he was waiting for that day to come? Big Grass and thrived and died thousands of times, but the more he was tortured, the fiercer he became. He worked harder and harder, and he was almost about to achieve enlightenment. One morning, the sun was shining brightly. I've endured countless life and death sufferings and put in so much effort. The day is finally right before my eyes. And Lin muttered to himself. This was a counterattack, a legendary counterattack of an existence at the bottom of the food chain. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and Lin turned his gaze to the sky and saw a palm covering the entire sky. It was descending and grabbing onto his body, trying to grab him. No. And Lin roared in horror. Whoosh! Extreme pain shot through his entire body, and Lin's body had been uprooted. A voice reverberated in his ears like a demon. This grass is really strong. I can use it to make soup. It should taste good. Chapter 1455. And Chow had never thought that he would be uprooted one day. He had endured countless cruel life and death tortures, and struggled through countless life and death situations. He had finally made some progress, only to be uprooted and used to make soup. Shoot the grass that stands out? No. How can the heavens play tricks on me like this? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. And Lin roared incessantly and was on the verge of a mental breakdown. The most tragic thing was not being trampled upon. Rather, when he finally had a glimmer of hope, the heavens would suddenly descend upon him and crush his hopes. This kind of mental blow was enough to destroy a person. And Lin was still roaring with indignation. But no one paid attention to the anguished wails of a blade of grass. A middle-aged man held a blade of grass in his hand as he hurried home, and Lin was tossed into a basket, upon which there were also a few other vegetable companions in the same plight. He saw that he had been brought into a small house in a manor. "Daddy, you're back? What kind of delicious game did you pick today?" A little girl in plain clothes ran out and pounced on the uncle like a Lolita tiger. "Hey, Shao-Chin, we had a good harvest today. I even picked a very large blade of grass with a lot of spiritual energy. I'll make some delicious food for you tonight." The middle-aged man held the little girl in his arms and chuckled. "Yay, Daddy is the best!" The little girl yelled excitedly. The middle-aged man smiled. "Did you cultivate and study hard today?" "Yes, Mommy praised me." The little girl led the middle-aged man into the house and said in a crisp voice, "She praised me for being diligent and learning fast." Within the room, a beautiful woman was busy embroidering. "You're back." The woman smiled warmly. "Shuang, stop embroidering and go cook." The middle-aged man placed the basket on the table with a proud expression on his face. "We had a good harvest today. Let's have a feast." And Lin silently looked at the vegetable brothers beside him. "What kind of feast is this? There's not even a piece of meat. Are they vegan?" He only came to his senses a moment later and was shocked. "Cooking? Holy F***CK. Isn't he going to kill me?" The woman opened the basket and saw Lin. She screamed, "Oh my God! What a big stalk of grass! It looks delicious." And Lin, "Hubby is the best." The woman hugged the uncle and kissed him excitedly. "I will definitely make this grass tastier than the most delicious meat in the world." "Ha ha ha, then this is really good news for a vegetarian like me." The middle-aged man also smiled and said proudly, "All living beings are equal. We love other living beings so much. So this blade of grass must be a gift from the heavens." And Lin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "All living things are equal. Are you not treating me, big grass, as a living being? Were they looking down on grass? I'm still alive, so why should I be eaten by you? Advocate for equality, please go photosynthesize." And Lin was still roaring indignantly, but the woman hummed a tune as she placed his body on the chopping board and cut him into pieces with a kitchen knife. And Lin almost fainted from the excruciating pain of having his body sliced into pieces. He saw his broken body being placed into a pot of oil, and an even more terrifying pain surged through his entire body. One wouldn't be able to understand how terrifying this pot of oil was unless they experienced it themselves. Almost every inch of his skin cracked in the frying process, and Lin screamed in pain as his consciousness gradually blurred. Was this the end of the grass's life? That was what he was thinking. Then he felt his body being scooped up and placed on a plate. And Lin. He didn't die even after all that? Oh my God, do you have to bully the grass like this? And Lin was about to go crazy. "I've already climbed a mountain of knives and been thrown into a pot of oil, and I'm already cooked. I didn't die even after all that. Am I still grass? Am I a king grass spirit? Wait a minute, grass spirit?" And Lin thought back to his experience of constantly becoming more powerful. Could it be that his desperate struggle to become stronger had caused his body to become stronger, resulting in him being unable to die even if he was cooked? At the same time, he was stuck in the awkward situation of not being able to transcend. Tears instantly streamed down Lynn's face. Was this what he deserved? Thus, he was placed on the dining table. The three vegetarians were all rubbing their palms together and drooling at him. "Mommy, this grass smells so good." Little Cheen smacked her lips. With a gentle smile, the woman said, "Little Cheen, you did well today. You can eat this grass as a reward." "Yay, thank you, Mommy." Little Cheen became excited, and Lynn shuddered at the thought of being eaten. "No, don't eat me. I'm still a grass. I'm still alive. Why do you want to eat me?" And Lynn was in despair and begged for mercy. He really didn't dare to imagine what it would be like to be eaten in such a state. However, he also knew that his humble begging for mercy was futile. No one could hear his cries, and he was most likely going to die in despair. The little girl was just about to move her chopsticks toward Lynn, but her chopsticks faltered in midair. "Mommy." The little girl's bright eyes widened with incredulity. The grass on the plate is speaking, and Lynn. Everyone at the dining table instantly fell silent, and Lynn felt as if he had grasped onto his last straw, and he yelled, "That's right! I'm speaking. I'm still alive. Please don't eat me." What nonsense is this child saying? The middle-aged man's brows furrowed slightly. "Are you serious, Little Cheen?" The woman's expression was equally solemn. The little girl nodded. "Yes. Little Chow said he's still alive and told us not to eat him." And Lynn was almost moved to tears upon hearing this. Heavens! Finally, someone could hear him. He could finally not be eaten. He hurriedly thanked the little girl. Little Cheen continued, "He also thanked us for not eating him." The woman nodded with a solemn expression. "Little Cheen is a bit deranged." The middle-aged man also had a solemn expression. "Take her to the mental hospital tomorrow. This child has probably encountered a problem with her cultivation." And Lynn's eyes widened, and a sense of absurdity surged through his entire body. "Wah, I'm not mentally ill." The little girl was about to cry, and she frantically ate the food on the plate, as if to prove that she wasn't mentally ill. Just like that, and Lynn was picked up by the little girl and put into her mouth. His body was stirred by the little girl's fragrant tongue and ground by the little girl's teeth. If he had to describe it, it was like his body had been put into a meat grinder, but his consciousness hadn't disappeared, and the pain was still there. That kind of pain could no longer be described with words. That's right, and Lynn was still eaten by the little girl. The heavens seemed to like to play a joke on him. Before torturing him, they always liked to give him a little hope. Ha! The human world wasn't worth it. Chapter 1456. And Lynn no longer had anything left to live for. After experiencing an inhumane torture, his body was finally chewed up by the little girl and then swallowed into her stomach. What made him alarmed was that his life as a blade of grass hadn't ended even after reaching this point, and Lynn was in despair. His vitality was not just tenacious. It was simply abnormal. It did not make sense at all. The torture he was suffering now was thousands of times more terrifying than he had imagined. The heavens had given him an immortal cheat. It was not out of kindness, but because they wanted him to not die so easily and then continue to suffer inhumane torture. What a vicious idea! And Lynn followed the little girl's esophagus and came to her stomach. This was the first time he had entered the body of a human, and it was such a cute little girl. It was just that he entered with the body of a dying little grass. That feeling was not wonderful at all. It was simply hellish torture. The stomach acid was melting his body. The pain of his body melting made Lynn almost go crazy. Then, Lynn came to the little girl's small intestine. The wriggling and stirring of the small intestine was as if it was whipping Lynn's corpse. The pancreatic juice secreted by the pancreas and bile secreted by the liver kept breaking down his body. The key was that during the whole process, he actually felt an extremely terrifying and real pain. Could you imagine how painful and terrifying the process of a body being ground into pieces and then melted into juice was? This kind of pain was beyond his imagination, and Lin felt that he was being tortured to the point that he was a little stupid. Even his thoughts were not coherent, and his consciousness was gradually blurring. There was only one feeling in his heart, and that was pain, unparalleled pain. Heavens, is this the 18th level of hell? Why is it so painful to be a little grass? And Lin gradually fell into darkness in his doubts about the life of the grass. It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss of sin, sinking and sinking. Finally, he returned to nothingness. I clearly chose a fresh and natural scene. Why would I encounter such terrifying torture in this scene? I am clearly just a blade of grass. What has a blade of grass experienced in its life? And Lin seemed to begin to understand why such a fresh and natural scene could be comparable to the other extremely evil scenes in the River of Time. In terms of pain alone, it was even more intense than the other images. The pain he suffered was 1,000,000 times greater than what he had suffered as a human. Ironically, the pain he was enduring was actually the most common thing in the world. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter, plants withered and flourished. The one who brought him the most pain and ended his life was a family of 3 who were vegetarians. It was as if there was nothing wrong with it and everything was reasonable. However, it just so happened that Lin had tasted the most painful experience. Born in the cycle of reincarnation, strength determined form. If they were powerless and lived at the bottom of society, they would be powerless even if they were tortured to death by other beings who pretended to be kind. There is no such thing as absolute kindness in this world, only absolute power. The weak didn't even have the right to choose how they died, let alone being kind. And Lin had gained a different understanding from the life of the lowliest grass. His consciousness began to return. There was the sound of water flowing beside his ears. A force suddenly appeared and fiercely pulled at his body. That force contained an irresistible force, as if it wanted him to fall into another cycle of reincarnation. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin, and he immediately unleashed his void body mantra. His body instantly became illusionary, and the power grabbed onto thin air. Phew! And Lin heaved a sigh of relief as he was almost sucked into another image. How terrifying! He almost went crazy after tasting the most evil punishment in the world once. If he were to experience it again, he might not be able to wake up from the torture. And Lin abruptly rose into the air. Boom! Water splashed violently, and Lin appeared above the River of Time again before drifting down onto the shore. Mr. And Lin, are you all right? Chun Chen and Shangguan immediately made their way over to him with concern on their faces. Aside from concern, there was also a hint of admiration on their faces. That's right. Anyone who dared to enter the images of the River of Time was extremely bad ****. At the very least, Chun Chen and Shangguan didn't dare to be as fearless as Lin. They would rather become celestial maidens than enter the images. I'm all right. I need some time to recover. And Lin instinctively recoiled with a pale expression at the sight of Chun Chen and Shangguan Yi. Chun Chen was a little perplexed. Mr. Lin, why do I feel like you're a little scared of me? Nonsense. Why would I be scared of you? And Lin retorted in a feeble voice. Chun Chen, and Lin, are you all right? Shangguan Yi was a little concerned, and she made her way over to Lin before asking in a gentle voice. Don't come near me. Don't eat me. And Lin instinctively stumbled back with a horrified expression at the sight of Shangguan Yi's mouth. Shangguan Yi, is this what you mean by I'm all right? What happened in the images? Chun Chen was even more curious upon seeing this. They knew that Lin had to have experienced some kind of tragedy to have become like this. and Lin retreated a distance away and swallowed an immortal pill to calm himself down before speaking with lingering fear in his heart. "I became a blade of grass there! A blade of grass?" Chin murmured. "Isn't that pretty good?" Shangguan expressed her opinion. "Pretty good?" A tragic smile appeared on Enlin's face. "That's what I thought as well." Thus, Enlin recounted how he regained the senses of a human, how his body was ravaged by gale-force winds, how he was sucked dry by the sun, how he was drowned, how he was bitten by insects, how his body was torn apart by germs, how he was set ablaze, how he was sliced into pieces, how he was cooked in oil, how he was eaten, and how he even entered his digestive system. Chun Chen's expressionless face was once again filled with shock. Shangguan was completely dumbstruck, and chills ran down her spine. Is this something a blade of grass should experience? Chun Chen was unable to maintain his composure any longer. At the same time, he was feeling a little relieved that he had resisted the urge to use his own body to try out the images. And Lin. Tears welled up in Shangguan Yi's eyes. "It's all my fault." This senior sister was trying to take the blame on herself again. Tears welled up in Lin's eyes as he recalled his own experiences. "I don't even know how I survived all these years." Right at this moment, a fragrant scent wafted toward him. A soft and cool body pressed itself against him. It was Shangguan Yi's embrace. "It's all right, Enlin, it's all in the past now." Shangguan Yi hugged the trembling Enlin like a mother doting on her child as she consoled him. Enlin gradually found a sense of security in Shangguan Yi's arms. Xiao Qiao still hadn't fully recovered from the shock and exhaustion, and he was finally beginning to feel sleepy. I'm going to sleep." "All right, go to sleep." Shangguan Yi spoke in a gentle voice. Thus, Enlin fell into a deep sleep in Shangguan Yi's arms. Chapter 1457. Just as Enlin fell asleep, a ding-dong chimed from the system. "Congratulations, host, for completing the special mission. Now bestowing upon you the second stage of the Yin God cultivation method and true intent." All of a sudden, boundless information imbued with true intent flowed into Enlin's body in a frenzy. The air around him began to churn. Shangguan Yi's expression suddenly shifted as she held Enlin in her arms. What's going on? Why do I feel like Enlin is becoming more powerful? Chun Chen's face convulsed slightly. "You can become more powerful by sleeping." This strange phenomenon continued, and Enlin fell asleep in Shangguan Yi's soft arms, as if he was completely oblivious to what was happening. Shangguan Yi and Chun Chen both stared at the more powerful Enlin with astonishment etched on their faces. The process didn't last very long before everything returned to normal. Shangguan Yi sat with her legs crossed and rested Enlin's head on her lap with a warm smile on her face as she stroked Enlin's hair in an affectionate manner. Enlin is usually a troublemaker, but who would have thought that he would be so calm and obedient when he sleeps? He didn't even wake up from the violent changes just then. "I'm cold," Enlin murmured as he flipped over and wrapped his arms around Shangguan Yi's slender waist. He even rubbed his head against Shangguan Yi's body, as if he was feeling a little cold. "Shangguan Yi!" She unleashed a flame technique with a resigned expression to warm up Enlin's body. Snow maidens had colding attributes to begin with, so the ice matriarch had no choice but to unleash her weakest flame technique to warm up Enlin's body. Chun Chen nodded upon seeing this. Enlin is probably too exhausted. The punishment he suffered in the image is simply too terrifying. It's a good thing for him to have a good night's sleep. He stood up and walked toward the river again as he spoke. "It's time for me to set off as well. You can stay here and look after Enlin for now." Shangguan Yi nodded in response. She had been the one to look after Enlin in the past, and now that she had experience in this, it wouldn't be a problem for her to look after him for a while longer. Chin jumped into the river again to search for clues. Within a boundless golden space, peace and quiet returned. The flames flickered, and Lin's slumber was exceptionally peaceful. During this period, there were continuous splashes. The water splashed violently, and the exhausted celestial emperor flew out of the river. He was astonished to see Enlil sleeping with his head on Shangguan Yi's lap. Shangguan Yi hurriedly explained the situation, to which the celestial Darch was enlightened before becoming even more astonished. He even praised Enlil as a rare warrior of the kingdom of the 9 states. The celestial Darch rested for a while before continuing to dive down to search for clues. Water splashed violently, and Mengji flew out of the river with a slightly pale expression. She was astonished to see Enlil sleeping with his head on Shangguan Yi's legs. Shangguan Yi hurriedly explained everything to Mengji. Mengji was enlightened upon hearing this, and she was even more astonished upon hearing this. She couldn't help but marvel at Enlin's bravery. Even among the entire Snow Maiden race, no one could match up to him. Mengji rested for a while before continuing to dive deeper in search of clues. Not long later, another wave of water splashed, and the elegant and graceful empress returned from the river, stepping on the mysterious ice. She was astonished to see Enlil sleeping with his head on Shangguan Yi's legs. Shangguan Yi hurriedly explained everything to the great empress. The great empress was enlightened upon hearing this, and she was even more astonished upon seeing Enlin's bravery. However, the great empress was still quite confused. Why was Enlil sleeping with Shangguan Yi in her arms? A light blush appeared on Shangguan Yi's face. He's more comfortable this way, and I can use my fire control technique to keep him warm. The great empress didn't know what to say upon seeing this. She meditated on the spot to recover her energy, and after a period of rest, she dove down again. Shangguan Yi looked at the sleeping Enlil, and she caressed Enlin's cheek with a gentle smile on her face. Time flew by. 2 days later, Enlil finally began to awaken. When he woke up, he was greeted by the sight of an extremely beautiful woman. She was looking down at him with a pair of clear and gentle eyes that were filled with concern. "You're awake? How do you feel?" Much better." It had been a long time since Enlil had had such a good night's sleep. Thinking back to his life as a blade of grass, he felt extremely blessed. He stood up and stretched his body, upon which he suddenly detected a lingering fragrance on his body that was similar to Shangguan Yi's. An apologetic expression appeared on Enlin's face. "I'm sorry for making you take care of me while I was asleep." "It's all right as long as you're all right." Shangguan Yi's smile remained on her face, and Lin felt as if all of his fatigue had been completely swept away, as if this nap had some kind of miraculous power that could cleanse his body of all negative effects. Of course, the painful memories of his time as a blade of grass had left a deep scar in his mind, and he felt like he would never be able to forget it for the rest of his life. And Lin then turned his attention to his system to find that he had already obtained the second stage of the Yin God cultivation method, as well as the Heavenly Ghost Palm. The Heavenly Ghost Palm was imbued with extremely powerful Yin-type power and was constructed from the resentment of billions of malicious ghosts. When unleashed at full force, it could inflict excruciating pain upon its opponent. As he became more powerful, he would even be able to unleash the power of the river of time. Even Enlil couldn't help but draw a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. This spell technique of his seemed to be a little dangerous. He didn't know whether it was powerful or not, but when it came to torture, his Heavenly Ghost Palm was definitely the most powerful spell technique he knew. The reason for this was that he had experienced the Heavenly Ghost Palm in person, so he knew just how terrifying it was. It was definitely the most terrifying form of torture in this world. If I want others to go to hell, I have to go to hell first. And Lin murmured to himself. The system wanted him to know just how bad its spell technique was, so it had to let him experience it first? Of course, this was only his speculation. Perhaps the system wanted to enter the river of time and enter that world through Enlil so that it could absorb something and analyze something? Or perhaps the system was just trying to screw him over. And Lin's heart sank again with this in mind. He tried to divert his attention. By the way, how long has it been since we entered this strange space? Shangguan Yi blinked and thought for a moment before replying. You were unconscious for 3 days after entering the space, then 18 days after entering the image of the River of Time, and you slept for another 2 days after coming out. Hence, it's been 23 days since we entered this space. I've only been in the image of the River of Time for 18 days. And Lin was astonished. I thought you were tortured for 18 years. Furthermore, this experience was extremely realistic. It was as if he had gone to a real world and been tortured for 18 years. Days feel like years. Shangguan Yi hesitated momentarily. Tears welled up in Lin's eyes. No, it's 18 years with 4 seasons. Shangguan Yi's heart was suddenly aching for Lin again. She really wanted to hug Lin again. So 1 day here is equivalent to 1 year in that world. Does time flow differently? Shangguan Yi thought about this for a moment and decided that it wasn't too far-fetched. After all, the power of time was the most abundant in this space, so it wouldn't be strange for anything to happen here. A thought suddenly occurred to Shangguan Yi. The power of time here is so abundant. Would there be any changes when we cultivate here? Chapter 1458. You want me to cultivate in this strange space? And Lin blinked in confusion. He immediately got to work. Shangguan Yi immediately sat down with her legs crossed and activated her ice matriarch mantra. A blue power of frost converged toward her like a vortex. Energy surged through the air for over 50 kilometers, and even the ground seemed to have sensed it as it glowed with a faint light and flashed at an extremely slow speed. And Lin could sense some kind of resonance from the light. Shangguan Yi opened her eyes a moment later with excitement in her eyes. As expected, the flow of energy here has also accelerated after the power of time has become more concentrated. Cultivating here with the Ice Matriarch mantra is several hundred times faster than it was before. Several hundred times faster? And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. He knew what this entailed. This meant that they had arrived at a superb cultivation paradise. Fortune and misfortune really do come hand in hand. Shangguan Yi was extremely touched as she turned to Lin with glowing eyes. Hurry up and cultivate with me. This is a rare opportunity. Fortune and misfortune? And Lin's lips twitched slightly. Fortune and misfortune were the same for her, but not for him. He didn't know how to cultivate normally, so this type of cultivation was completely useless to him. And Lin? What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Shangguan Yi was just elated to discover that Lin seemed to be a little distressed. Aren't you going to cultivate with me? She asked, and Lin's lips twitched. No, my cultivation is different from yours. I can't explain why it's different, but I'm afraid I won't be able to cultivate here. Really? That's a pity. Shangguan Yi turned to Lin with a sympathetic expression. Is there anything I can help you with? You can't just bring a few Dao integration stage, super mighty figures here to be beaten into submission by me, can you? And Lin spoke with a speechless expression. He was quite frustrated at the thought of how he had to beat 9 Dao integration stage, super mighty figures into submission in order to progress to the return to void intermediate stage. Every time he battled a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, he would have to risk his life 9 times now. One had to realize that he was only a mere return to void stage, cultivator. Bringing a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure here? Shangguan Yi's mouth gaped open slightly, and she blinked with a hesitant expression. Aren't the Great Empress and the Celestial Arch only at the Dao integration stage? When Lin heard this, he was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't he realize it? Weren't the Celestial Arch and the Great Empress only Dao integration stage super mighty figures? Wouldn't I be able to complete the mission by beating them into submission? He kept looking into the distance, almost forgetting that he had mission materials beside him, and Lin came to a sudden realization. and he looked at Shangguan Yi with excitement and gratitude. "This is great. You've opened a door to a whole new world for me." Shangguan Yi pursed her lips into a smile upon seeing Enlin's elated expression. Before long, the Celestial Darch and the Great Empress returned from the River of Time. "How did it go? Did you find any clues?" Enlin made his way over to them. "A little. I can sense a spatial flaw in each and every world. Perhaps if we gather our power, we can break through the barrier between the worlds and force our way into that world," the Celestial Darch replied. And Lin was ecstatic upon hearing this. This was indeed a major breakthrough. If he could break through the world and force his way into it, then he wouldn't have to transform into a blade of grass to enter that world. The Great Empress also chimed in. "I've discovered that there's some kind of connection between all of the worlds and the images. It's like an extremely massive formation that's formed naturally. All of the worlds in which the images are situated are independent yet interconnected, like planets in the starry sky. With so many planets gathered together, it's like a sea of stars. A sea of stars." And Lin thought about this for a moment before his eyes lit up. The sea of stars is boundless and boundless, but there's always a pattern to it, just like how galaxies always have a center and an edge. The Tai Chu continent is the center of this world, so it's very likely that the center of all of these images is... That's right, it's the world of the Tai Chu continent. The Great Empress nodded. This was a major discovery. This discovery ignited hope in everyone's hearts. During their break, Enlin made a request to the Great Empress and the Celestial Darch. "You want us to fight you?" The Celestial Darch was astonished. "And then pretend to be beaten into submission by you?" The Great Empress also stared at Enlin with incredulity on her face, and Lin nodded with an extremely solemn expression. "That's right. This is also a part of my cultivation, so I'll be counting on you." As a result, the sound of spells rumbled in this special space. "Ah, and Lin is so powerful. I concede." The Great Empress was blasted flying, and her imperial robe was disheveled, revealing her snowy white shoulders as she conceded with a triumphant expression. "Ah, War God Enlin is too powerful. I concede." The Celestial Darch was also blasted flying by Enlin's spell technique, and he tumbled to the ground in an extremely disheveled manner. Enlin slowly withdrew his fist, as if he were an invincible war god. He turned toward his system to find that there was no response from it. "What's going on?" The system clearly said that I would only have to beat a Tao integration stage living being into submission to complete the mission. And Lin was confused. Could it be that beating a Tao integration stage living being like this doesn't really count as beating a true opponent into submission? Could it be that the Celestial Darch and the Great Empress didn't truly concede? And Lin had discovered the crux of the matter, and he spoke to the disheveled Celestial Darch and the Great Empress. "How about this? You two unleash your full power, and I'm going to beat you into submission." Boom, boom, boom. Energy surged violently, and spell techniques erupted once again. Soon, Enlin had been beaten into submission by the Celestial Darch and the Great Empress. Enlin lay on the ground, and he began to doubt his own life. "No, it's not that I'm too weak, it's that they're too powerful." The Great Empress was one of the most powerful Tao integration stage super mighty figures, and the Celestial Darch was at the pinnacle of the Tao integration stage. That must be it. And Lin continued to console himself. In reality, if he used the power of the heavenly gods, then there really was a chance that he could beat the Celestial Darch and the Great Empress into submission. However, this wasn't a battle of life and death. He couldn't just toss AF * King nuclear bomb at them, could he? Thus, Enlin was destined to achieve nothing in this place. The Celestial Darch and the Great Empress also discovered that cultivating in this space allowed them to progress at an astonishing rate, and they immediately began to cultivate with elation. Time passed by one day after another. When everyone was in good condition, they would enter the river to search for clues, and when they were in bad condition, they would meditate and cultivate on the banks of the river. And Lin had nothing to do, so he decided to follow the celestial darch and the others into the river to search for clues. However, just as he activated his void body mantra and stepped into the river, the system, which had only been active for a short while, suddenly lit up again, and Lin's body shuddered, and he almost cursed out loud. He was still traumatized by the fact that he had become a blade of grass, and he still wanted to F*King do it? He thought about it for a moment before cursing. F*CKU system. Chapter 1459. And Lin cursed for a while. In the end, he still had to open the system interface with tears in his eyes. Detected that host has come into contact with the essential power of time. Now assigning the following special mission. The power of the heavenly gods has been returned to the heavenly Tao, but there is still a chance to intercept the residual power of time left in the river after the power of time was shattered. Absorb enough power of time, and you will have a chance to learn a time-type technique. Mission success. Learn a time-type technique at the heavenly Tao level. Mission failure. If you fail, so be it. I won't do anything to you. Note: the residual power of time can be detected using the divine inspection technique and absorbed using the divine plunder technique. The residual power of time will completely disappear after 30 days. And Lin was almost moved to tears upon seeing this special mission. If you fail, so be it. I won't do anything to you. These words were like the warm sun of spring, warming up in Lin's wounded heart. These words were a model for the system world. Since when did my system become so nice? And Lin was extremely flattered. Could it be that the system couldn't bear to issue him a punishment mission after seeing him turn into a blade of grass? In any case, this was a good thing. He was elated, but he was also a little perplexed. Aside from the system's sudden kindness, even its tone seemed to have become more humane. What was going on? Could it be that the system was in a good mood? System, are you there? And Lin asked in his mind. Silence reigned, and Lin heaved a forlorn sigh. He had thought that the system had come back to life. If the system had come back to life, he would be able to ask some questions that he had been hiding in his heart for a long time. For example, did he accidentally dig up the system's ancestral grave? If not, why did the system have to screw him over? It would be even better if he could trick the system into coming out and give it a good beating. And Lin was indulging in his own fantasies, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. He had even forgotten about his plan to enter the river to absorb the power of time. The system flashed violently in his mind a few times before he came to his senses. He activated the void body mantra again before stepping into the river of time. After entering the river of time, he could clearly see the various worlds within the images. It was as if the 2D images had been transformed into a realistic 3D world. Not only that, but he could also sense the unique attributes of each world. No wonder Chin Chen and the celestial darch both entered the river to search for clues. There are more things to see in the river, and Lin mused. He immediately activated his divine inspection technique as he spoke. And Lin's eyes turned white, and the world in his eyes changed. Not only did the image become clearer, but he could also sense a very special energy flowing endlessly. It had existed for all eternity and was indestructible. It encompassed the entire universe and was everywhere. This energy followed the direction of the river and flowed according to a specific trajectory. He couldn't see the beginning, nor could he see the end. He couldn't make it stop or change its direction. Its very existence is the truth. And Lin came to a realization. He must have sensed time from another angle. One scene after another flowed past him. He knew that behind each scene there was a world. In other words, it was not as simple as an image. It was very likely to be an entrance to the real world, but the way it was displayed was a little special. There's a golden speck of light up ahead. And Lin focused his gaze. He could sense that the golden speck of light was converging with some kind of special power. Golden vein patterns appeared on his forehead, forming an ancient eye. Divine plunder technique. A peculiar golden ripple proliferated forth. The golden speck of light seemed to be drawn by some kind of power, and it shuddered slightly before voluntarily drifting toward Enlin's body before fusing into his body. Gasp! Ah, that feels good. Enlin felt his entire body soften as a type of power filled his entire body. He immediately felt rejuvenated, as if he had become several years younger. Is this the power of time? What a wonderful feeling! I feel like my entire body has been revitalized after eating a speck of light. And Lin's eyes lit up even more. Even if I don't awaken any spell techniques, I'll still be able to absorb a few more of these specks of light. Thus, he began to capture more specks of light in the river. Using the divine plunder technique in this special space allowed him to recover extremely quickly. Not only did his cultivation speed increase by several hundred times, even his spell technique cooldowns were shortened by several hundred times, and Lin was able to absorb several hundred specks of light in a single day. A day later, everyone flew out of the river with exhausted expressions, and Lin was the only one who flew out of the river in high spirits and high spirits. A bewildered expression appeared on the celestial Thearch's face. And Lin, are you all right? What happened? Shangguan, he was also quite concerned. You don't look too good, the great empress chimed in. They were all in the river, so why was Lin the only one who was feeling so good? This wasn't cultivation at all. Haha, don't worry, I'm fine. It's all because I can absorb some kind of power from the river when I'm searching for clues, and Lin explained with a buoyant smile. You can absorb the power of the river of time? Qin Chen's eyes lit up. Everyone else was also in disbelief. However, they weren't going to pry any further. After all, and Lin had a lot of secrets. Not taking into account everything else, he had a lot of secrets as well. However, no one was going to pry into his secrets. What needed to be said would be said when the time was right. After resting for a while, everyone continued to search for clues in the river, and Lin also followed along. He didn't actually need to rest at all. All he wanted to do was to see if everyone else had discovered any clues. Time passed by one day after another. Everyone discovered more and more clues. I've discovered that the energy density of the river is increasing, the celestial Darch said. I've discovered that the changes in the images are related to the distribution of the 4 seasons, the great empress said. And Lin, burp. Another day passed by. I've discovered that the connection between the river of time is becoming more intense. Combined with the increase in energy density, I have reason to believe that we're getting closer and closer to the center of the world, Meng Ji analyzed. I've discovered a pattern in which the entrance to the world in the images is changing, Chen Qin said. And Lin, burp. Another day passed by. The frequency of humans appearing in the world in the river images is increasing, Shangguan analyzed. Not only that, but the level of the cultivation civilization seems to be improving as well, the great empress said. As expected, there is a pattern in the world of the river images. We'll most likely only have one chance, so we have to keep a close eye on it. If we miss this opportunity, we don't know when we'll get another one. The celestial Darch was also getting a little nervous. And Lin, burp! Everyone was feeling like time was running out. Meanwhile, Enlin was engulfing the power of time day after day. On the 20th day of engulfing the power of time, the system chimed again. Ding dong! Host's power of time has been fully replenished. Now, synthesizing time techniques.